And we're live.
All right, thank you. Good morning to those of you I can see on the screen and all those attending that I cannot see. This is a meeting of the Oregon Water Resources Commission. It's Thursday, February 23rd. And we were hoping, of course, that we'd be doing this meeting in Salem in person, but the weather intervened. So we're disappointed to be online, but happy to have the option to continue the meeting by this other means. So this morning, in this meeting, we're doing commissioner comments tomorrow. So what I'd like to do before we jump into the agenda is ask each of the commissioners to just briefly identify themselves. People know who's who and who's here. And I'll start. My name is Meg Reeves. I'm the chair of the commission. I live in Corvallis, and I'm here on behalf of the West Side at Large. Commissioner Smitherman, I'll just call as I see on the screen.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm Julie. Yeah, I'm Julie Smitherman. I am in Southern Oregon, in Talent, Oregon, and I represent the Southwest region.
Thank you. Commissioner Quemps.
Good morning. I'm Eric Quemps, North Central region. I live in Adams, Oregon, which is east of Pendleton, Oregon.
Thank you. Commissioner Kihara.
Hello, I'm Kathy Kihara. I live in Bend, and I represent the East Side at Large.
Thank you. Commissioner Lee.
I'm Jan Lee. I live in Sandy up in the Mount Hood foothills, and I represent the Northwest region.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner Mall?
Joe Mall, based in Eugene. I represent the West Central region.
Okay, and Commissioner Wolf will be joining us, but he's not here quite yet. The roads have slowed him down a little bit. So we're going to go ahead and jump into our agenda today, and we're starting with a project implementation update. And I'm going to let Doug Woodcock. Doug, why don't you introduce yourself too? I should have included you in that. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yes, thank you, Chair Reeves. Doug Woodcock, Acting Director for Water Resources Department. And this morning we have our first agenda item is project implementation. And as you are all aware, over the last several meetings, we have been bringing forth our three managers of three different sections in our agency to talk about their program. And in the 21-23 legislative session, we received a great deal of resources for our agency to advance some programs. And so we've been bringing forth these managers, talk about their programs, the projects they're working on, section priorities, responsibilities, and touch a little bit on things that perhaps they're not able to get to just because of capacity issues and other priorities. So today we have Brad Mellandy, who is our manager of our information services, and Julie Wagner, who is our records coordinator records officer, in the agency. And then also Jake Johnstone, who is our interim deputy administrator for field services administration services. Sorry about that, Jake. I knew I was going to butcher that.
It's all right.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Brad, why don't you kick us off, please?
Thanks, Doug. Greetings, commissioners and stakeholders, everybody who is attending today. I'm Brad Mellandy. I'm the IS manager here at Oregon Water Resources. Been with the agency since 2019. And so today I'll go ahead and have a short presentation. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen for you. Okay. And just a little sound check and making sure people can see this. Is this looking okay? Thank you. So again, I'm Brad Mellandy, the Information Services Manager, and I'm going to go ahead and advance to our next slide. So you should all have access to various attachments in support of our presentations today, and this is This is not a great slide actually, but it is item A, attachment 2, which you should all have reference to, and you can kind of look and see. It is a list of ongoing operations and work that's on hold. We have some targeted dates on some of our projects, and I'm using this just basically as an illustration because I realize the print is a little small for a PowerPoint, but do know that it is within your reference materials. So I'm going to move right along. I wanted to give you a quick overview of my section. So currently there are 18 positions. We have some distinct categories we have operations, which is basically network and support, infrastructure. We have application development that handles custom development of many of our applications that are used. These are things that are very difficult to find purchasable software to do. So we have custom software to meet those special needs. We have a data team that does a significant amount of data entry and quality assurance. And then we have our GIS, our Geo Information Services section, a lot of mapping and mapping technologies. I wanted to call out that in the current budget cycle, we have brought on 9 new staff through a combination of attrition and expansion. It's significant in that it means that we're doing a lot of training of new people, and there definitely was a cycling of some institutional knowledge during this budget cycle. So at a high level, I wanted to call out our current operations, and that's primarily desktop and stakeholder support. We monitor and maintain infrastructure and systems. We do a lot of consultation with our business sections as we try to find new solutions for their needs. And we have an awful lot of mandated IT compliance. And these are the things that take up our day-to-day work in the information services. I want to also touch on what I call our big ticket projects, and these are the high priority projects that have a lot of visibility and have due dates. Number 1 on our list is House Bill 2145, which came into this current budget cycle as a new approved House bill. It comes with a significant number of enhancements that were required to support implementation of this bill. It has required a lot of work from our application development team. There's a lot of coordination that's happening with the well construction section on this bill and the deliverables for that. We have some hard legislatively mandated due dates on various portions of the work. And we're currently meeting those deadlines, but it has been a significant lift for our section. The other item is that we are doing what we call the FAD gap analysis, and the FAD stands for Field Activities Database that is used by field services. And we are performing a pretty exhaustive gap analysis to identify the gaps between how they're doing work today, how they need to do their work today, and that gap between how the current system was originally designed. As workflows change, the systems that have been used don't fit as well as they used to. And in some cases, they even become counterproductive. So we need to then analyze and then try and make the needed changes to help those sections do their work. We have a deliverable that is mandated by the Department of Administrative Services and the governor for producing an IT strategic plan by the end of this year. And we are working to build that out. And we are also working to build out formal IT governance, which is another requirement that has been placed upon us to help formalize our own IT processes and how we digest and prioritize our own projects within the agency. Now this slide, this is also in the attachment, but this is a list of identified work, and it just gives you an idea of the amount and volume of work that we aren't currently doing. And in some cases, we may be taking on some of this work at a snail's pace, but this is just to illustrate the things that we have already identified that are queued up that people are asking for, and we don't have the resources to start beginning effective work on this. We can brainstorm a little bit, but we can't take on these new projects without something else has to not be done in order to take on new work. And so we just have an awful lot of things that are being queued up right now. And the main purpose of this slide, since we can't really go into detail on a lot of this stuff, there's just too long of a list, but it does illustrate that there is a large amount of work that the business units of our agency really want the IS department to execute on, but we simply can't at this time. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions I can if there is time for that, but otherwise I know that time is precious while we're presenting today.
Thank you, Brad. Let's see, do we have any questions from, yes, we do. Commissioner Lee, it looks like you have your hand up.
Yes, I just had a quick question. I'm wondering if the budget resources that are anticipated will allow you to move forward on some of those projects, or if things remain flat at this point.
Right now, we're pretty flat because we did gain some resources. However, we gained some tasks also with those resources. For example, House Bill 2145 that came in, and that bill actually didn't come with any of its own dedicated resources, so the agency just sort of had to absorb that workload. So as we wrap up some of these larger big ticket items, we will free up resources and be able to take on more work, but we definitely have to be very strategic in what we tackle. And that means having a very good process by which we prioritize those items. We want to make sure we do the stuff that is most imperative to our agency.
And I just want to add on to that is the governor's recommended budget does not contain any new resources for IT for 23-25.
Okay. I had a question, Brad. Do you know, is each agency independently doing its own IT strategic plan pursuant to the governor's directive? There's not going to be any kind of overlapping or coordinating planning on that?
They are doing their own. They are being given some guidance and assistance for the smaller agencies, for example, like our own, that have a little less formality in how work is done. They are giving us some guidance. Many of the larger agencies that have these sorts of formal processes and plans in place already have this done, but by and large, most agencies don't have it in place, and they are getting assistance from the Department of Administrative Services in the form of guidance.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, Commissioner Smitherman.
One quick comment. I just want to say, I just want to acknowledge all the work that you have done and you have been able to do. Everything that, I mean, it's a long list, and there's always going to be a list of things that we want to accomplish and continue to move forward. So I wanted to just say that we acknowledge the fact that you have been doing a lot of work and putting a lot of time and effort into new projects. So thank you.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Klemps.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Reeves. I just wanted to add to Commissioner Smitherman's comment. I appreciate the prioritization of work and the acknowledgement of the opportunity costs of all the other work, that if you did it, you know, every time you run to put out some fire, you're giving up time on a priority. And I think it's very important to have the kind of structure and discipline that you have. I'm glad to see you focusing on the priorities that you have, including the IT strategic plan and informal IT governance. And so thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Chair Reeves.
Looks like that's it. Yes, Doug.
I would just like to also add that some additional context here. It can be very difficult for us to get these critical positions in Brad's shop. We have received a lot of resources in our field services division and a lot of resources in our technical services division along the lines of new groundwater hydrology staff or surface water hydrology staff. The problem is you can be directed to go out and collect all of this information, but unless you have those critical resources in Brad's shop to help build the databases and help manage all of those data, it can just keg up the whole information availability. And so we really are thankful for the resources that we've received recently in Brad's shop, and we would like to continue to pursue additional resources to keep those processes running down in Brad's shop.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Brad. It was a good presentation. It's good to see you. Doug, do you want to introduce Julie, or?
Yes, I would like to.
Mhm.
Our next presenter is Julie Wagner. She is our records officer in the agency. And I've spoken with all of you commissioners ahead of this meeting here. And I think I shared with you that we are an agency that loves our paper. And so Julie is helping us work through how it is we are going to address all of this paper, and how is it that we make this information that we have collected in our agency more available digitally, just more accessible all the way around, while eliminating some of this, these files that we have, and therefore improving the efficiency of our footprint in our agency as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Julie.
All right. Is everybody seeing the screen as they should?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is Julie Wagner speaking. I hope that I have enabled captions correctly. If I haven't, I'm always happy to share those notes with you later. I do have speaking notes for you that you can read as written. A little introduction. I'm the records officer here at Water Resources. I was onboarded in April of 2022, so I haven't quite reached a year of service here at the agency yet. This morning, I'm going to briefly cover what I've been able to accomplish since I've been onboarded, and then look towards the future as well. So to talk a little bit about the core functions and purpose of this position as I see it. This position is new within the agency. We've never really had a formalized records management program before. So a lot of my job responsibilities have been to first assess needs and then start laying the groundwork for a successful continuing program. Water Resources as an agency, as Doug just said, we've been very dependent on paper. And as a result, our offices in both Salem and in the field are kind of stuffed with filing cabinets, shelves, boxes full of records, just paper wherever you look. As you might imagine, this can make things hard to find, since some knowledge about where it's stored can be siloed with one person, or it can just be lost with a transition or retirement. So by establishing a records officer position, Water Resources is prioritizing better accessibility to those records, a fuller understanding of what we hold at the agency, efficiency and retrieval, and fulfilling our retention and public records request requirements. So my core responsibilities are maintaining and updating the special retention schedule. This is the schedule of records that are unique to Water Resources as an agency, such as in-stream leasing applications or the Water Master Diaries. A retention schedule dictates how long we need to keep records held at the agency, and it's reviewed by state archives. We're also responsible for following the general retention schedule, which is published by state archives as well, which has a wide variety of records common to any office. Next, I'm involved with the public records request response team here at the agency. I'm collaborating with other colleagues to develop a comprehensive procedure manual, as well as to create forms and clearer policies to help with the increasing number of public records requests we get. We've seen a steady increase in the volume of requests, and we want to be able to more efficiently respond in the future. I also oversee compliance to retention schedules, as well as storage standards and other records related laws. This can be anything from keeping a destruction log to consulting on how a certain type of record must be stored. I also help employees in all sections improve their file organization and findability. I'm working through a large number of records we have that don't have any indexes or inventories so that we can have a more accurate understanding of what we have. And then finally, I also consult with managers and employees how to better improve their workflow documentation to be more efficient in their record keeping. A lot of this is focused on their transition to electronic files, but it can extend to setting up systems for annual file reviews or other stuff like that as well. Some of the work that I was able to complete in 2022, again, onboarded in April of this last year, which is when the ball started rolling. I set to work meeting with all of the managers within the agency about the state of their records to identify their problem areas and future projects. We discussed everything from organization to over retention of records to transitioning to electronic records, giving me a broad picture of their thoughts about how things were going and how they could be better, and how they wanted to use me as their new records officer. Based on these meetings, I put together a comprehensive training on records management. That went out in November of 2022, so just a couple of months ago. And it is going to continue to be offered on an annual basis. And I also have a rolling setup with HR to give me a list of new employees so that we can onboard them into records management as well. Additionally, I also collaborated with our ongoing Work Reimagined program to identify empty filing cabinets all across the agency to make room for more drop-in cubicles. We sent 26 filing cabinets to surplus, and we have another 42 boxes of stuff that are waiting for pickup to go to surplus. So this has cleared out substantial space in our agency. So we have a lot more room for those drop-in cubicles and more flexible workspaces. And then lastly, based on my experience going through records and talking to managers and talking to employees, also in the process of identifying the records that are best suited for scanning and associated costs. My priorities for the year to come are to continue to better promote accessibility to electronic and physical files through creating inventories and indexes, teaching better organization standards, and then thoroughly weeding old records that have met retention. We have a lot of records that are just kind of hanging out that we could have disposed of many years ago, but just never got around to it, basically. And then to develop the public records request workflow, which we already talked about, but I'm really interested in developing some standard forms and clearer guidance on how to make the process smoother and allow us to fill those requests more quickly. And I think some forms and some better guidance on our website will really help us achieve those goals. To finalize the updates I've submitted to the State Archives for our special retention schedule. These edits are currently with the State Archives. We've gone through multiple rounds of edits and clarifications at this point, so it's in the final stages. It's just kind of those nitpicky little details at this point.
Where'd that go?
Once that's approved by the State Archives, that schedule will be published by them, so it's public to everyone. I anticipate this to be within the next month or so, but there are a lot of people involved who have to reach consensus on some very tiny nitpicky details. So I can't give you a firm deadline there. Lastly, to document workflows and prepare sections for conversion to electronic only records. In a lot of areas, this does mean weeding those old records to reduce the amount of overall records, and then closely examining workflows to see how we can mirror or improve on them in electronic spaces we have. I wanted to close by acknowledging that there is, of course, some work on hold. For the time being, the records management program is a one-person operation. It's just me. I obviously collaborate heavily with other colleagues, but there's no one else dedicated to records management. So I can borrow people sometimes, but not always. So a few projects, but not all, that I've identified for the future are developing a comprehensive records disaster emergency plan that identifies our most vital records and steps we would need to take in the event of a disaster. Updating our website with easier to use finding guides about our records so that the public can better perform self searches and also better narrow their public records requests to the specific records they want. Developing a central policy portal that gathers guidance memos, interpretations, and other important internal policy notes in one place for staff to have a better reference point. And then finally, scanning large quantities of records. While transitioning to electronic records is a priority, scanning the backlog of records is on hold while we evaluate the collections for what is past retention. We also don't want to waste money scanning records that are not accessed frequently enough to justify the cost. So we're taking a more cautious approach to scanning rather than just jumping full in. And that is all I have for you, but if anyone has questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Julie. Boy, that is a huge lift for one person. Bravo to you for taking it on. Do commissioners have, I'm scrolling through my list here to see if Commissioner Mall.
There we go. Thanks, Cherries, and I echo that, Julie. That's incredible demonstrated success already. Whenever I see the word emergency, I get a little nervous. And so to see something that is an emergency that's on the back burner, and I can understand that you're probably dealing with hundreds of people asking for help on day-to-day things. But could you just speak a little bit more to what an emergency plan response might look like and why it wouldn't be a really high priority now? I like to assume that means we're in a pretty good spot already, but could you speak to that a little more?
Yeah. So a records emergency plan would be to identify the records that are most vital to continuing our operations immediately. So what are our most pressing duties after, an earthquake or something in our area? The reason it's on hold is really, I think that we could probably be up and running with a lot of electronic processes pretty quickly, and that wouldn't necessarily be affected by a physical disaster. But of course, we do have a lot of records that are in person, and we eventually need to kind of think about what if the building floods or an earthquake rips into the foundation or something. But I guess for records, the priority is always people over records. So it is an emergency, but it's not like there are not lives at stake. Does that clarify?
Yeah, to some extent, I think it's probably collectively our natural tendency. And yet when we do suffer emergencies, we always look backwards and think, gosh, I wish. So I certainly would support the division and the entire agency to give you the additional support. Borrowing people, you described it, but to me, that seems like something that we would be we'd benefit in the long run by moving that up into the ongoing column rather than the work on hold column, and whatever we can do to help you with that, I would certainly like to encourage us to do. Thanks.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Commissioner Quimps and then Commissioner Smitherman.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Yeah, I think of, both the IT, GIS and records management is all kind of like virtual infrastructure that's important to a government. And historically, if you think about a government and it's the way it houses staff, and we're moving away from that, but you have infrastructure for that, buildings, electricity, water, all of that. And virtual infrastructure is critical, that the information that's being developed, as we've already heard, that needs to be managed. All of that is eventually to feed into decisions. We're not collecting and managing information just for the sake of doing it. We're going to make policy decisions, funding decisions about public waters and using public funds. And so it's really important that these programs have the capacity they need to manage that information. So I just want to also suggest that if there's any way we can help advocate for these programs in the future, I'd be happy to do that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Julie, are you ready to
Thank
go?
you. Thank you, Chair Reeves. Both what Eric just said, definitely we are in support of helping move things forward. And I understand as one person, that's a lot of work to take on, and you've done an incredible job. I'm sure the department and we are all happy that you're here, because I'll tell you what, retention records and trying to figure out what needs to be saved and what needs to be recorded is very complicated. And having someone to help and guide you on how that process should work is incredible. So I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing, and all the plans that you have going forward to do more. And I would say 30% reduction in filing cabinets is a big deal. Really is. And we created quite a bit more space there for you. But I just want to say we're here to support you, and thank you for all your work.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Julie. Lisa.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up a little bit about the comment about disaster preparedness. Part of Governor Kotek's expectations for the agency are to develop a continuity of operations plan or modify our current plan, which will include portions for records management. So it is, while it's on hold in the near immediate future, there will be work happening throughout this next year on records management. Sorry, emergency plans for records management.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yep.
Julie, I just want to emphasize what others have said about, I think that I worked in government my entire career and came away believing that records management is one of the most underappreciated, the need for it is one of the most underappreciated things in a smoothly functioning government agencies. And so I'm thrilled to see the work you're doing. Those last 4 bullets that you had, it's like, wow, if you could get that done, man, that would be, and I know it's the aspirational list, but you are only one person. So I just want to extend my appreciation too, because I think this is really critically important in terms of how well we serve the public. And so good job.
Okay.
Keep at it.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Very good, Julie. Nicely done. And before I turn it over to Mr. Johnstone, I just want to introduce one other person here in the agency.
Oh, look who's here.
Woody has joined us today, but unfortunately, the area we dropped him into it does not have a computer yet. So we're getting a computer set up so he can have his own established residence during the commission meeting here.
Thank you.
Good
Welcome,
to see you, Woody.
Yeah.
You too, everyone.
Okay, our next up is Jake Johnstone, interim administrator for Field Services Division. And Jake, why don't you go ahead and give a snippet about yourself, and then let's tuck in.
All right. So as Doug has introduced me a couple times today with slightly modified titles, I'll try and clarify, and I forgive you for the confusion. I myself sometimes am forced to wonder. Jake Johnstone, I am the Deputy Field Services Administrator, and I am currently the interim administrator. So I am moonlighting as Ivan, as it were, for the foreseeable future. So I'm going to try and see if I can share my screen successfully here. So give me 1 second.
See if we can get both of us here.
It's the one I want. And if folks there could let me know if you guys are seeing my presentation.
Yes.
Yeah, thumbs up from Chair Reeves. Okay, great. So you should have the attachment, like Brad said, with your materials. It's just really a 2-pager on the Field Services Division. I'm going to go over that 2-pager. Spend a little time on some of the subjects there, and then take any questions you have. It looks like we're moving pretty well on time here, which is good because I've never been accused of being very succinct. So I will attempt to get through this and free up more time for discussion. So, all right, so here is the attachment that's in your materials. Really just an overview of the Field Services Division. Trying to look at the things, the operations we have going on, our duties, and then just some numbers that we'll get to at the end that I think is a great snapshot of the responsibility of the division. So our core functions. So we have position authority. We have 85 staff serving the state. We have 23 water master districts and 5 regions. So those 85 staff have a big job. We also have some county funded staff who assist us in the form of county funded assistant water masters and office managers that are throughout the state as well. So all told, with our county partners and our state staff, we're around 93, 94 staff. Pretty huge increase from where we were just 5 short years ago. So that is pretty incredible. And I'll spend a little time explaining that. What are our responsibilities? Obviously, manage and distribute waters of the state, address complaints, investigate water law compliance, and then we're subject matter experts on water rights for folks in around the state to come and get answers to their questions about what their water rights are allowed and what they can do with, say, a domestic well, those kind of things. So digging a little deeper on water management. We regulate by priority date. I know that is pretty old hat for most of the folks in the room here, but maybe for some of our viewers at home via YouTube, that might be a little bit of news. Regulate by priority date. We deal with surface water and groundwater data collection. Some of our offices work in coordination with county partners and also the NRCS on SNOTEL site and data collection. So we go out and we visit some of those locations around the state. We interface with our municipalities, our irrigation districts, our stakeholder groups, both in-stream and out-of-stream stakeholder groups, and really try and provide some good customer service and engagement with the public. One of the things that we wrestle with increases in workloads is being able to provide all of these different services that we do as a division. And one of those things that can sometimes, we sometimes struggle with prioritizing time for is that stakeholder engagement. Historically, the water master was known for spending time standing on the tailgate there, talking to someone at the ranch for a few hours, maybe going to some meetings more frequently. We have found ourselves a lot more burdened with more frequent calls for regulation as a result of drought, and also complaints, right, for compliance checks for water law. So those things, we've had increases in staff that help us with that, but it also means we're not able to spend some of the time we would have spent previously on things like educating realtors on water rights processes. Or meeting with folks in stakeholder engagement. So challenges and opportunities for us. Public safety. So dam safety, we do a lot of dam safety inspections. And we also have our well inspectors in the Field Services Division. So looking for public safety when it comes to water supply wells. As discussed, though, we do a lot of data collection, both groundwater, surface water, and SNOTEL. So some of our current operations are new enforcement section, which I'll get to a slide that goes in a little bit more detail into what that is. We've been recruiting for that. We're really excited to have that group on board. That's helping us understand the avenues for administrative compliance. Also, we had some reorganization in the 2019 year, and then we also had additional staff resources come to us in the last biennium via a couple of different avenues. And so we're figuring out using data and analytics and workload to try and figure out where the needs are most, and then appointing staff to those locations to try and address that workplace need. Recruitment, onboarding, and training. So that has been a huge objective for us. The Field Services Division, because of the number of us, is about a third of the agency as a whole. And we have gone through recruitments for nearly all of the positions up to date that we were given in the last legislatively approved budget, as well as in the special session back in December. However, a lot of those positions are entry level, so some of those staff have moved on to other positions within our own agency, or use those positions as a springboard into other state service or other career advancement opportunities. So the training component ends up being pretty difficult, and that's something that we're really trying to refine and improve upon. We've done things like start to embrace the virtual training format and try and get things out in front of staff with regularity there, in coordination with our water rights and technical services groups. And we've also had a field conference. We've had Water Master conferences about every couple of years, depending on budgetary constraints as an agency. Well, this was a new experience for us because as we've grown by almost double from staffing we were at before, we have found ourselves in the new arena of everything, right? The facility has to be larger, and there's more rooms that have to be booked. And so we had a field conference in November of last year in Salem. We were very fortunate to be able to get the Salem Grand Hotel and the conference center right there, which was just a great package deal for all our staff. And we had a couple of days of training there where we were able to bring staff from all over the state, and standing in front of a room that big, talking to a group that big, made me realize real quick, we are a different animal than we used to be. So a lot of new faces, a lot of exciting energy there. So.
Hey, Jake.
Yes, sir.
Why don't you explain to us what we're looking at here on the screen?
Sure. So in this particular photo, this comes to us from District 13. So that's Jackson County. Water Master Siobhan Haynes took it upon himself to get a bunch of our new staff and some more experienced staff a day in Bear Creek with Flow Tracker 2s. So Flow Tracker is one of our current profiler meters that we use to measure stream discharge. We've had the Flow Tracker 1 for 15 or 20 years, and the Flow Tracker 2 came out in the last 3 years. So we want to get staff familiar with that device. And Siobhan had the brilliant idea of getting everybody down to a stable section here where they could all put up taglines and everyone could get some familiarity with the unit. So we have a lot of new and old staff in that photo. Thanks, Doug.
Yeah.
So I as promised, here's the more detailed slide on, legislative movement as it affects the division. So in the 21-23 legislatively approved budget, we had the Deputy Field Services Administrator. I was formerly the Southwest Region Manager, and then I applied for this job. We received 5 new Regional Assistant Water Masters, so those were NRS2 classifications. And we received 2 new Water Masters in those subsequent districts. So the previous slide, I believe slide 2, that shows you the state, shows you those new numbers. Those Water Master districts are 23 and 24. And we're pretty excited to have those Water Masters recruited and those new offices, those new districts, allowing for some additional capacity in the division. There was the special session, and we have some folks, Justin Dillon and Scott Prose, are going to talk a little bit more about cannabis specifically and the work that they've been doing. So I won't spend too much time on 5561, but for those who aren't familiar, that was the special session in December of 2021 that tried to address 3 things from the governor's priority, and that was homelessness, climate change, and cannabis, specifically the cannabis issues that the southwest area of the state and some of central Oregon were facing around the illicit, unregistered cannabis industries. So we were lucky to receive 7 new staff in the form of the enforcement section for the division. And for those who don't know, prior to this allocation, enforcement had fallen on the shoulders of Chris Bird, our well construction and compliance manager, and some of his support staff. So we basically had 1.5 FTE to address all statewide enforcement. So this is a huge increase for us, and we're really excited to have these folks online. Enforcement section manager Matt Day came to us over from the CCB, and he's gotten one of his compliance specialists, CS3s, hired. And he's going through recruitment right now for 2 CS2s who will be helping him round out the package. And so we're really excited to have them on board. We also received 14 new cannabis-focused assistant water masters. You may have seen me present alongside Scott Prose back when he was on loan to us from ODA and in an intergovernmental agreement to investigate hemp sites and compliance. These position descriptions mirror that in a lot of ways, in that they're looking proactively at OLCC, ODA registered sites, and then working closely with law enforcement and law enforcement assists. So House Bill 4061, that was legislation that changed and gave WRD a little more teeth when it came to trying to address water law violations associated with the illicit cannabis industry and the cannabis industry in whole. And that one rounded out some new rules regarding, or rather some new statutory obligations for water haulers and water suppliers and those who haul water for cannabis production. There's new records keeping requirements and transparency requirements. Interestingly enough, 4061 modifies 537-990, I believe it is, which is our criminal statute, and district attorney's offices have been utilizing that. So you may have seen it in the news in Josephine County. District Attorney Easton has rolled violations of water law into their larger suits as they're pursuing these criminal actors. And then very briefly, I don't have it on here, but you did hear Brad mention 2145. I know that Chris Bird in a previous commission meeting gave a lot more detail on 2145, but from the field services perspective, it took us from 5 well inspectors to 7 well inspectors. We also have some new expectations like reviewing 100% of well logs. And so our well inspector group are the ones who are performing that work for us.
So for the commissioners, the shorthand 2145 is our well construction modernization that was adopted by the legislature in the 21-23 legislative session.
Thank you, Doug. And I'll just take this second here to point out, as you guys are hearing and as you are seeing by Brad's presentation, a lot of these well-meaning pieces of legislation came with additional capacity and staff and deliverables. And some of these things run through the IS section as well. So we're very, very pleased with the efforts of Brad and his group to kind of facilitate these modernizations and these forward-looking approaches to how we manage and collect our data. And at the same time, are very supportive of any kind of additional capacity for Brad's group, because they do end up being that spot, that choke point, because of so many different things coming at them in so many business cases. So division challenges, well, obviously drought, right? This has been tough. More drought years than not in the last decade in some areas of the state. We've had a couple counties that have received drought declarations so far. And we have more that we're hearing are going to be county commissioners that are going to be discussing it in the coming weeks. It's been a challenge as we see regulation occurring earlier in some areas than it has historically. We've seen irrigation districts in Central Oregon and in Southern Oregon that aren't able to make deliveries nearly as long as they used to, if at all, due to water supply limitations and constraints. So this is a huge challenge. It's also led to some of the domestic well issues that I'm sure you guys have heard about and that we're experiencing. And the majority of those, over half of the wells that have been reported to us for dry well concerns have been in the Klamath Basin. And in this photo in the bottom right here, you see Garrett Steensland, who is one of the assistant water masters out of the Klamath office, and currently our acting water master as we go through that recruitment for the Klamath office. And he is taking a static water level or attempting to find water in a well that was a dry well concern. And then I believe the boat in the dry basin, I just want to make sure I have that right, that's the Malheur Reservoir, and that was a photo from last year from one of our staff members. So, it's the drought impacts to the division are felt very, very broadly in all of our operations, with the regulation occurring more early, some regulations happening at times where they haven't. For example, this spring, there was some smaller regulation happened regarding storage in the Applegate Basin. So in streams that weren't met, that usually are, and then telling folks who have these conditions on their reservoir permits that they can't store until the in-stream is met. Things that our staff haven't had to experience before. So that is a challenge, and that's a developmental opportunity for us as we try and figure out ways to work smarter and to address all this workload. So complaints and compliance. These two photos come courtesy of the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. They have a pretty fun little brush hog on the front of that Kubota, and they run that up and down the rows and they mill up all the cannabis. It's been interesting to watch that evolution, because when they started going on raids 4 or 5 years ago, they had, a guy with a machete, right? We're talking 60,000 plants on a site sometimes. So they very quickly realized they had to figure out how to tackle these sites in a more effective manner. But these sites come with a whole nexus of problems that affect a bunch of different state agencies. There can be impacts to fisheries. There can be impacts to riparian habitat. There's illegal storage, diversion, and allocation of water. There's the garbage left over from these sites. And so it is a pretty big concern of folks around the state, specifically the Southwest and the southern part of Central Oregon. But it is a big lift for our division. Those additional staff have been hugely valuable. And we've been able to do a lot more things that we didn't do in the past, like LEAs, law enforcement assists, where law enforcement notifies us of a pending raid and where that site will be. And then we will attend the raid along with county code enforcement. So I'll let the experts address that more later this afternoon. And then modernization, as I discussed, we're tasked along with the rest of the agency of being forward-looking and embracing new technologies to try and get things done. Brad alluded to the FAD improvement process that we're going through, and we're looking at all the touches that field services has on data and finding that we have situations where staff are touching the same data, half a dozen times as it goes from a field notebook to an Excel spreadsheet to a system. And so we really want to increase, limit that to only a couple touches or one touch for QA, QC, and then be able to kind of free up some staff capacity. And again, as I discussed before, engagement, right? We value engagement. We want to be at the tables as much as possible. However, we still have to respond to calls for water, collect that data in a timely fashion, et cetera. And vehicle supply. If you haven't heard, because you may not have been in the car market recently, huge supply chain issues affecting the state as well. In communicating with DAS, our motor pool supplier, they've had entire orders canceled by suppliers. They recently received a little over 20 half-ton trucks that they're supposed to figure out how to allocate across the entire state. And we have lots of pending vehicle orders from our agency and others, some going all the way back to 2019. So that's been a challenge, figuring out where to move the vehicles, where the need most is, because we generally look for a vehicle per staff member for the field. And so, trying to tackle that has been a bit of a barrier. So I won't belabor this slide. You've got it on your handout, but I like this number, the 89,000 water rights number, when I'm talking with folks, stakeholders around the state, and they're wondering, what is it that staff do? Why aren't you able to do X, Y, or Z? I think it's helpful for folks to have this perspective and understanding that there are over 89,000 water rights, over 130,000 points of diversion, that there are over 4.5 million acres of primary irrigation, and that the Field Services Division area is 98,000 square miles. And for perspective, last year's motor pool bill put us at 516,000 miles that staff drove. And our biggest hitter was 26,000 miles. It's Ken Tiemann up in the North Central region. So I'm thinking about getting him a golden busted steering wheel or something for his efforts. But we're covering a lot of area, and we also have over 250 gauges between ourselves and partners that we try and maintain and operate. And we have those 23 districts in 5 regions. So it's a big responsibility, and it's one that the division takes very seriously. This photo is from our Field Services Division Watermaster Conference in Salem, as promised. It's a pretty big group, a group that's grown by a lot. And we're really excited to have all this new energy, these new perspectives. These new recruitments have allowed us to kind of go outside of our box and push our understandings of who we recruit for our traditional assistant watermaster and watermaster roles. And so we've really been blessed and lucky to have some great folks come in, even at entry level, who are hungry to take on new challenges and learn about how they can help the department do its job. So, and that's it. Any questions?
Thank you, Jake. I'm just looking here to see if we have people with questions. Commissioner Smitherman.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Wow, Jake, where do I start? This incredible work that field services team has been able to do. And on behalf of Southern Oregon, in particular, Josephine and Jackson County, all the work that's being done in our area is a real improvement. It has, as Jake was alluding to, it's been a real problem, or it was a real problem, and continues to be challenging in our area. But hearing that you are also being asked to join on the LEAs, is that what you called it?
Mhm.
I bet that's pretty exciting to be able to go out on some of those. But that we're working collaboratively with other agencies in order to combat the situation that we have going on down here in the Southwest area. I again, just want to thank you and your team for all the work that you're doing. That picture at the end was amazing. I feel like it should be in some kind of book or catalog or something, magazine. Great to see everyone come together like that, and we can tell that things have really grown. I know there's a lot of things that you want to continue to accomplish, and everyone wants data, right? And so I know that that's what you're working towards, and the more data we have, obviously, the better we can understand. And one thing that you mentioned is having that streamlined, so data is not going from one person to another person to another person, because in that process it can cause small mistakes to happen, as you're translating that data. So I think it's a really good idea to try to find a way to streamline that, so not as many people are having to touch that data. But again, thank you for all your work. Appreciate the presentation. It was a great presentation, and we'll continue to support you in all that you're doing.
Thanks, Commissioner Smitherman.
Commissioner Mall?
Ditto on all that. 2 questions. So for 40 outstanding vehicles, does that mean people don't have vehicles, or they're just dealing with old ones that are having to be constantly repaired, or are we really just out?
So to address that question, Commissioner Mole, it's not 40 outstanding vehicle requests. If that's what I said, I apologize. I want to say the outstanding vehicle requests are somewhere in the lower 20 range, that we still haven't been able to receive a vehicle. What this means is a number of things. We'll, instead of replacing the vehicle at the recommended 130,000 mile threshold, we may continue to drive that vehicle and retain it longer until they're able to find us a replacement, assuming it's not costing too much in service. We also have, enlisted DAS has a high mileage fleet that's kind of a loaner fleet that they would usually use for like fire assignments. And so we've been able to get our hands on some of those to fill those voids. But there's a lot of vehicle sharing is what we do. And so it falls on my shoulders a little bit to try and figure out where to move those shells across the division and the department to be able to facilitate that. So
Yeah, good, bravo, and that's good. Yeah, the written report mentioned 40 was what I was drawing from, but maybe it's just old data. But the other in there, the challenge, the division wanting to be more proactive in education outreach, and what caught my attention was realtors, especially. I mean, as you've heard me say many times before, the nexus between land use and water is one that I don't think gets plumbed enough. And I'm curious, what does that, or what would that look like if you all had more capacity to do public outreach, especially with particularly influential groups like realtors? Is that fall on you, or is that a part of a water master's daily expectation, or what's in the works? Or just tell us more about that if you can.
Yeah, Commissioner Mole. So traditionally, the water master would supply that. And so in the spring, they would usually, with the local realtor groups, coordinate a couple of Water Rights 101 classes, which also work as continuing education credits for the realtor groups. And so we would generally have, a 3-hour thing where it's like an hour and a half of water rights boot camp. And then let's do some water right researches to try and mitigate both the staff's workload and also, inform them for better real estate transactions and water rights due diligence. I think that with the increased staff that we have, right, we're in the recruiting and onboarding phase right now. But my hope is that as we find ourselves more in the next phase of these staff having that familiarity with their Water Rights 101, is we may be able to have some of these new NRS2s go out and do these Water Rights 101 classes. So that's my hope. Traditionally, the Larry Mentier, who hired me back in Jackson County as an assistant water master many years ago, he always said it takes about 2 years to be fully competent in all the, the gray areas and the murkiness. But I think most of what folks are asking for in these educational opportunities is our basic water rights 101. And so, you know, we also used to have more of a downtime in the winter than we do now too. So those factors have kind of played in here as to why I feel like we haven't done as much of it as we want to.
Well, I encourage it and encourage us to think of ways we can support it as broadly and as effectively as possible, because rather than chasing our tails on responding to why are we building there, getting ahead of it, I think it's a more smarter way to go about it. So
yes, sir. I'm a big favor of being proactive as opposed to reactive whenever possible.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes, I just wanted to express my appreciation for the great field work that's going on. I know we look at setting policy, but policies don't mean a lot if we don't have good implementation on the ground. So I really appreciate all that you're doing. Thanks.
Well, on behalf of Field Services Commissioner Lee, I will thank you, but it's the rest of the folks doing the work. I just get to come here and present their work. So.
Commissioner Quimps?
Good morning. Thank you for the great report. Very helpful. I particularly like the statistics summary at the end, and I think there could be some great graphical representations of that. There's some striking information in there, you know, looking at the number of total water rights and points of diversion, irrigation rights, and then the total in-stream water rights and the difference between those, and thinking about maybe where in the future we need to increase in-stream flow rights to protect some of the other benefits that Oregonians expect from our waters, and the number of active gauges. Just a tremendous amount of work. I appreciate it. A lot of information, and I think it kind of points forward to some of the work that the department may need to do in the future, or some of our future priorities. So thank you.
Chair Reeves.
Yes, Doug.
Thank you, Commissioner Quimps. I want to also circle back onto those statistics that Jake had put out there. Just a handful of years when I transitioned out of being the Field Services Division Administrator, so this was 2015, we had 54 staff in Field Services Division. And you just saw Jake's presentation, 85 staff in less than 8 years. I mean, that's really impressive, and we are very thankful of that increase. Look at the other statistics that he provided. Almost 90,000 water rights, over 131,000 points of diversion. There's still a perception out there that the water master out in the field is visiting every one of those points of diversion, is visiting every one of those water rights to make sure that they are in compliance. We are very thankful of the increase in the field staff to be able to undertake this work, but we're still tremendously understaffed to be able to manage water rights at the individual level over a broad scale. So I just raised that because we are continuing to work on this to make sure that we have the resources necessary to be able to manage those resources out in the field. So thank you, Jake. Nice job.
Thank you, Director. Thanks, Chair Reeves.
Jake, before you go, I think I just wanted to say that the onboarding that has been done in this division is really impressive. And that was a lot of people in a short amount of time to get in. I mean, I know you're still working on getting everybody up to speed, but I mean, I really like seeing these presentations because my mind is always blown by how much we're doing with the resources we have. And in this case, I think the onboarding is really impressive. It was a great presentation. Thank you very much. Commissioner Mall, did you have more questions for Jake?
This is maybe more broadly to perhaps you, Doug, and even Lisa and Raquel. I have trouble. I apologize to staff. I know how hard it is for staff who are immersed in things every day to quarterly hear commissioners ask probably the same questions over and over, but I do have trouble tracking how vulnerable this increase of staff that we've enjoyed, so to speak, is to the budget process. How much of these increases are federal dollar pass-throughs that were a part of the last couple of years, and how vulnerable they are going forward. And I know that at the end of tomorrow, we'll talk about the budget and things, but I think we still have some time in this agenda item. Would you mind speaking to that a little bit? How vulnerable are these increases in the next couple biennia? Are we increasingly seeing them baked in and they're less vulnerable than I might be thinking?
Ivan, I see that you just came off of, did you want to touch on this, or I'll touch into it first?
Yeah, I can go ahead and touch on it real quick. For the record, Chair Reeves, Ivan Gall, Interim Deputy Director for Water Management for the Water Resources Department. Commissioner Mall, a good question. The positions that we have in the Field Services Division are largely general fund positions, so not dependent upon federal funding. There are our well inspectors out there. 5 of the 7 well inspector positions are funded on start card fees. Those are generated by well construction activity here in the state. We do have, and Lisa will be getting into this, there is a proposed reduction list for the department. Yeah. This is an exercise that we typically go through every biennium prior to a legislative session, where we put forth a 5, 10, sometimes a 15% reduction list, depending on budget projections. My recollection, and Jake or Doug jump in here, I believe probably 3 to 4 of the Field Services Division positions are on that reductions list because they're general fund on that. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, thank you, Ivan. That was the point I think that's very important to make. We're so heavily general fund dependent that with the vagaries of the economic cycle moving forward, we will be at a pinch point sometime in the future. We're not seeing that today. These positions are in our base budget, so we are thankful for that we have received these positions, and we're like I said, we're continuing to work on obtaining more, but we have to recognize that given the various economic cycles, there will be a time when reductions will come forth. And we have a certain amount of discretionary funds that we can put up first and try to preserve the positions as best we can, but that only goes so far. And as Ivan has pointed out, we do have just a very few positions on the governor's recommended budget.
To me, this is a strategic planning topic that we should get into on an ongoing basis, perhaps, but looking for other more direct sources of revenue related to water use. I think for a long time that's been out of balance, and I know it's difficult. The last thing any water user wants to hear is that a fee might increase, but I think in terms of responsible use of Oregon's water resources, it's something, again, from a big picture strategic planning perspective, I hope we have the opportunity to flesh out a little bit more as we move into some of that work this year. Thanks.
Appreciate that, Commissioner. Thank you.
And again, I apologize for asking probably that same question every meeting.
No apology necessary.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes, in speaking of revenue, I was wondering, with the enforcement activities on cannabis, are we seeing any dollars coming forward that are appreciable that will help our field service, or are those fines and penalties fairly low and don't generate much income?
Commissioner Lee, I'll start there, and then maybe Ivan can correct me if I mistake anything. The majority of the notices of violation, so that's our process for enforcement that we've issued on these cannabis sites, specifically the illicit cannabis sites, have been as a result of a raid, a law enforcement action. And so what we're doing, those NOVs, we call them, are good for 3 years. And so our plan is to then go out and address and see if operations fire back up at that site, and then try and address any kind of civil penalties associated with it there. As a result of the majority of these this last year being issued, being associated with those raids, we have not seen a big rate of people, firing back operations on those. So we don't have a pool of notice of assessment civil penalties at this time.
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Lee, I'll add to that the civil penalties that are assessed and if collected do not go to the Water Resources Department. They're rolled back into the state coffers, basically. Our agency is able to assess expenses, so we can put staff time and vehicle mileage out there. And again, if those funds are collected, those do come back to the agency, but they tend to be somewhat limited in amount. So it's not a source of revenue by any means for the department.
Commissioner Quim?
At least we're recovering
Oh,
some
excuse me.
expenses. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Just quickly, to Commissioner Mall's point about the potential vulnerability of these positions in this effort, I think it points out the need and the value to collaborating where we can with other state agencies, federal agencies, and tribes in Oregon to help develop and manage data. I'm sure not all of this data can be shared broadly, but to the extent we can and where we can, it probably emphasizes the need for collaboration. So thank you.
Raquel, I want to call on you, but I also want to apologize for if you're hearing any background noise. We're having work done in our house today, and it's just, I didn't expect to be in the house today doing this meeting from here. So I'm trying to stay muted as much as possible, but if you hear banging and drilling, that's what's going on. So Raquel, you have the floor.
Chair Reeves, I have not heard anything yet, if that helps. Commissioners, for the record, Raquel Rancière. I'm the Deputy Director of Strategy and Administration. I just wanted to touch briefly on the discussion around fees and note that one of our next priorities for the policy section following the legislative session, we do need to get through that, is to work on a fees work group that we will be doing with the stakeholders. And that is about all of our fee programs and is a result of the 2021 legislative session. And we received ARPA funding to be able to staff that effort. I think it's important. One of the things that is prompting that is our fees have, it's really been difficult to have fees keep up with increased costs. And so I think when we talk about that work group, we're looking at what are all of the options. We're not just saying like, let's just increase fees. Well, what are the options out there? At the same time, I think it's just important to recognize that there's not a lot of easy options or great options on this front. It's, fees have their own set of challenges. General fund has its own set of challenges. Federal funds have their own set of challenges, right? And then other potential sources that folks sometimes talk about. There's often either other folks that are trying to get at those same types of sources of funding. So it will be an interesting conversation. It is something that we are certainly going to be focused on because our fees aren't keeping up. And it does mean that we do have to, even with our fee programs, have to sort through what is the model, given that cost increases have consistently been greater than what folks would like to see in terms of fee increases. So hopefully that helps you a little understand a little bit of context of where we're going on this revenue discussion in the future here.
Thank you, Raquel. Commissioner Mall, do you have your hand up?
Just to say thanks again, Raquel, and yeah, the the cost of water is something that across the board has always, diamond water paradox. Water's always been cheap, and we're at a point now where we really collectively can't afford to continue that way. And so whether it's fees, other revenue sources associated with things, what we find again and again is that at the utility level, ratepayers are willing to pay more money for assured water, especially in creative areas like natural infrastructure investment, forest management, other incentives to agricultural landowners for best water management practices, those sorts of things. So I think among the public, the broader public, there's hunger for that assurance, and it's backed by willingness to pay. So I'm glad to hear that effort will be moving forward, and would look forward to updates on that as a regular part of commission meetings, if that's possible. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, everybody. I think doesn't look like we have more hands up. Let's do this. First, I want to say, Commissioner Wolf, welcome. Looks like they had found a computer for you. Glad to have you here and able to participate.
Thank you. It was an interesting drive.
I'm sure. And we are a little bit early, so I would suggest we take a 10-minute break and come back here at 11:29. Let's get here early so we can start right on schedule with our next agenda item. Okay.
Joe, did you get much snow at your place?
Very little, at least down on the floor. You go up a couple 100 feet and it came in pretty hard, but nothing compared to what you all in Portland have gotten. My wife's in Portland right now and it's crazy.
Yeah.
Mountains have gotten it, and that's great. Hope it holds.
Yep.
Woody, how was it coming through Portland?
Horrible.
Yeah, it sounded like it from the news.
Yeah, I stayed with a friend in North Portland last night. Took me 2 hours to go 13 miles
Oh my Lord.
to get to their house. And then I left there at 7 this morning and I was 15 minutes late for the meeting.
Oh my goodness. So last night it took you 2 hours to go 13 miles, and then today it took you more than 2 hours to come from North Portland to Salem. Wow.
Yeah.
Hmm.
The freeways just, semis are spun out and backed up almost everywhere.
Wow.
So you gotta, and I don't know the area, so I'm just, bombing around the side streets trying to figure out how I get to this bridge or take that road, or
Right.
looking at my navigation system. And I sent a picture to my wife and she said she looked it up, and that's the second most snow ever in Portland on record. And the first time was World War I.
Saw that in the news this morning, or the Oregonian. Oof. All right, do we have everybody? We do. Well, yes, we are just about all assembled. Commissioner Lee, are you with us? Well, why don't we go ahead and get started, just so we don't end up behind. Our next agenda item is a presentation on the state-supported regional water planning and management work group. And that will be Lily Prowl from Water Resources Department and Robin Harkless, or Associate Director at Oregon Consensus, to kind of do an overview of that project. Or at least I think, is Robin going to be joining us? She is. Hi, Robin. It's great to see both of you again. I was hoping to see you in person for a change today, but didn't work out that way. So we're happy that you're able to join us by this means anyway. And I'll just kind of let you, two of you, take it from here.
Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry. Now I got to find you guys. Okay. So good morning, Chair Reeves, members of the commission. My name is Lily Prowl, and I'm the Regional Planning Coordinator in the Planning, Collaboration, and Investment section of the department. I'm joined today by Robin Harkless, the Associate Director at Oregon Consensus. And today we are going to be providing an overview of the House Bill 5006 work group on state-supported regional water planning and management. Robin was the lead facilitator of the work group, and I was the primary department staff supporting the group. I'm going to kick it off today by handing it over to Robin to introduce the work group and give an overview of its process.
Thank you, Lily. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good morning, Chair Reeves and members of the commission. Again, my name is Robin Harkless. I'm with Oregon Consensus, and really thank you for the invitation to report on the House Bill 5006 work group process. So I'll spend a few minutes talking about the process, and then Lily will share with you what the results and the content were. So as you know, there was an increase in interest in regional water planning among a number of legislators and others leading into the 2021 legislative session. House Bill 5006 directed OWRD and Oregon Consensus to convene and facilitate a work group process to develop a framework for state-supported water planning and management at the regional level. Next slide. I think Lily's running the slideshow today. So as a starting point for this work, Oregon Consensus conducted a process assessment with over 50 organizations and nearly 100 people to gauge what people cared about related to this broad systems topic, what success would mean, what might come from a collaborative process, and also what the challenges to that success might be and how to overcome those, who should be involved, and other suggestions to shape the collaborative effort. The assessment resulted in a set of findings that we shared with what became later known as the Process Leadership Team, or PLT, to inform development of the work group process. The process leadership team included champions from the legislature. We had Representatives Helm, Owens, and Reardon, policy advisors from Governor Brown's office. Chair Reeves volunteered her time on behalf of the commission. And we had then Director Tom Byler and later Raquel Rancier, as well as key OWRD staff, including Lily, participate in that leadership team. Next slide. So here's a snapshot of the work group membership, some of which was by design through the legislation. There were some designated spots there, but really the first task of the PLT was to guide the establishment of the work group. And they talked a lot. We all talked a lot about including expanding interest group representation beyond the specifics called out in the legislation, such as adding representatives from across all regions who had some direct experience with regional water planning. And after that, through a self-organizing process from there, a 32-member group was established at the outset of this process. We had state agency and governor office representatives sitting in an ex officio role throughout the process. Next slide. So generally, we followed a phased approach, starting with shared learning to support the group in developing a common awareness and language around what state-supported regional planning has looked like in Oregon from the state's perspective, from direct experience in regional planning in the regions, specific learnings from the independent place-based planning pilot evaluation as well. The group also learned from a panel that discussed tribal perspectives on this issue. And finally, there were several resources that were provided to inform the work group's deliberations over time, including some past OWRD staff reports related to planning and place-based planning, an overview of state water plans and regional water planning systems in other states. Frankly, the group could have spent a full year or more on shared learning alone. So the education phase was meant to do that shared learning, but also intended to support relationship building and trust among the group. We did work with a small coordinating group made up of members of the work group to advise on agendas and framing. And eventually the group needed, this was a struggle, and they needed a sharper, narrower focus for their work. The scope was just too unwieldy and needed a sharper focus to the work, and some guidance from the PLT, as well as affirmation from the work group. We ended up focusing conceptual development around evolving the place-based planning program primarily. So Lily will now talk about the outcomes of developing those recommendations.
Thanks, Robin. So since the work group narrowed their focus to the next generation of place-based planning, I wanted to pause here to just give a brief refresher of the pilot program of place-based planning to provide some context before we get into the work group's recommendations. So place-based integrated water resources planning is a voluntary, locally initiated and led effort involving a balanced representation of water interests who work in partnership with the state to understand and meet their in-stream and out-of-stream water supply needs. Place-based planning was identified as a recommended action in the 2012 and 2017 Oregon Integrated Water Resources Strategy, and the legislature authorized a pilot of the approach in 2015 through Senate Bill 266. Place-based planning grants were awarded to groups in 4 different areas: the Lower John Day Subbasin, the Upper Grand Ronde Subbasin, the Harney-Malheur Lake Basin, and the Mid-Coast region. Each of these places has been partnering with the department to test a set of draft planning guidelines, identify best practices, and improve the planning approach. The department has provided technical and planning assistance to the planning groups, along with a total of $2.4 million in grant funding. In 2022, 3 groups, the Upper Grand Ronde, the Lower John Day, and Mid-Coast, completed their place-based plans and received state recognition from the Water Resources Commission after an interagency review of their plan, and they are now working on implementing their plans with funding support from the legislature. The Hardy Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative took a different approach to place-based planning due to pressing groundwater issues in the basin. They are nearing the completion of the groundwater portion of their plan and are in the middle of surface water planning, and they anticipate adopting an integrated plan in 2024. The pilot phase of place-based planning sunsets at the end of this biennium, which would remove the department's authority to provide technical and financial assistance to those doing place-based planning. So knowing of the approaching sunset, the department contracted with the National Policy Consensus Center and Oregon State University Extension to conduct an independent evaluation of the pilot phase in 2021. This participatory evaluation identified what worked well in place-based planning and what could be improved. And the evaluations report provides several recommendations, many of which mirror the House Bill 5006 work group recommendations. So our goal with the next few slides is to give you a brief overview of those final work group recommendations. The work group used an iterative process to draft their recommendations along with a community engagement guide that they put together. The recommendations were written to inform future policy development, funding allocations, and guidance for water planning in Oregon generally, and the next generation of place-based planning specifically. I want to emphasize that the work group spent a lot of time drafting and refining the language of each of the 22 recommendations in their report, and those details are important to gain a full understanding of each of the recommendations and their support for them. So our goal today is just to provide that high-level summary, and we would point you towards the report to gain a deeper understanding, and the report has been provided to you as attachment 1 of the staff report. So after several months of working on and refining their recommendations, the work group conducted a final alignment check where voting members indicated their level of support for each of the 22 final recommendations. They indicated their support on a 1 to 5 scale, ranging from enthusiastic support to actively blocking. This graph shows the results of that alignment check. Each bar represents a recommendation in the report, with the number on the vertical axis showing the number of votes in each category. So for example, recommendation A on the furthest left of the graph had 20 people vote that they would enthusiastically support that recommendation, 3 who would support it, and 1 person who was neutral. The work group chose not to rank, prioritize, or otherwise offer a deeper interpretation of the strength of their consensus, and instead asked the reader to use the results of the alignment check to interpret the strength of each recommendation. So the purpose of showing this alignment check is just to illustrate a few key takeaways. First, while each recommendation had varying levels of alignment among workgroup members, with one exception, every recommendation received majority support. Second, 7 recommendations had more than one workgroup member flag serious concerns or questions, and there was 1 recommendation that was actively blocked by workgroup members. And with the exception of that recommendation that was blocked, no recommendations received more than 5 votes indicating serious concerns. In the interest of time and getting this report out before the legislative session began this year, the work group did not resolve those serious concerns or questions. However, several workgroup members expressed that given more time, they might have been able to reduce the number of concerns raised. Okay, so diving into what those recommendations were. The first section of the report contains 3 overarching recommendations related to water planning in Oregon generally. And just to orient you a little bit, to summarize the recommendations on the next few slides, we've put a brief description on the slide along with a summary of the alignment check. And so the green circle represents the percentage of workgroup members that supported or enthusiastically supported a recommendation. And the yellow circle will represent the percentage of workgroup members that had serious concerns or questions. And if more than one person had serious concerns or questions, that yellow circle will be filled in. So it'll sort of alert you to that. So as you can see on this slide, all 3 of these overarching recommendations in the first section of the report received a very high level of support from work group members. The first two of these recommendations focus on prioritizing and addressing the current system level need for funding related to state agency data collection and analysis, agency capacity, and interagency coordination. They emphasized that this was important for all water planning to meet statewide goals for managing in-stream and out-of-stream needs. The work group also prioritized discussion around community engagement and collaboration and spent time developing a community engagement guide for use in water planning. And the third recommendation in this overarching section recommends that this community engagement guide be provided to planning groups to ensure access to the process is transparent and inclusive. The second section of the report, the remaining 19 recommendations, are focused specifically on how to improve the next generation of place-based planning. One theme that the work group addressed was the topic of state recognition and what having a state recognized plan means. On this topic, the work group recommended that state recognition should provide planning groups with coordinated agency support to advance implementation of their plans, along with assistance for implementation coordination and plan updates. They also recommended that in order to maintain state recognition and access to that support, the planning groups should complete biennial reports to the Water Resources Commission that would demonstrate their progress and continued commitment to balancing water interests, collaboration, and place-based planning principles. Finally, the work group recommended that the state may use state-recognized plans to identify common themes across basins to help inform updates to the integrated water resources strategy. The work group also recommended that agencies should be very clear in articulating that value of state recognition, as well as the collaborative work required for plan development. The work group made several recommendations around agency support and capacity for place-based planning. Mirroring those recommendations in the first section on the importance of data, the work group recommended that data inventories be funded to help understand the availability of data and information essential to place-based planning and identify and prioritize strategies to fill gaps where they exist. They also recommended funding a formalized interagency team to support and engage in place-based planning and WRD regional basin coordination outreach and engagement staff to help facilitate and guide groups through the place-based planning process. A number of recommendations focused on what activities a place-based planning grant should enable. These included community engagement, particularly of tribes and other underrepresented or marginalized groups. Plan development, including support for professionals to help planning groups follow the place-based planning guidelines. Facilitation by a neutral third party. Implementation coordination, which is funding to keep the group working together after plan adoption to refine plan actions and pursue strategies with a balanced representation of in-stream and out-of-stream water interests, and plan updates when significant changes in local conditions, data availability, or climate change information indicate the need for them. Okay, several recommendations spoke more to how the grant program should be structured and implemented. These included providing materials to help communities assess their readiness to engage in place-based planning, building upon lessons learned, requiring cost share, including guidelines for group operating protocols, promoting trust building, establishing clear standards for community engagement, and requiring professional facilitation and technical writing. And I know there's a lot on this slide, but as we said before, it's all in the report. So. A number of recommendations pertain to how grants should be selected for award. A majority of work group members indicated support for selecting grants based on readiness for planning in alignment with state priorities, with 17% or 4 members indicating serious concerns or questions for this recommendation. Another recommendation focused on prioritizing support for existing groups, and this was the only recommendation that received a no way vote, with a couple of work group members actively opposing the recommendation and others with serious concerns and questions. And finally, the work group made recommendations on how the grant program should be structured with multiple types or tiers of support, as well as how the grant fund should be structured. And with that, we just ran through a really high-level summary of 22 recommendations from the Regional Water Planning and Management Work Group. As I mentioned, you can find a lot more detail in the report about each of the recommendations, as well as the process that it took to get to that final report, which required an immense amount of work, time, and brainpower from all of the work group members that were involved. So what's next? The department plans to take these recommendations and use them to inform any future place-based planning guidance or rulemaking. And the recommendations are also likely to inform conversations on a water planning bill, House Bill 3163, which has been introduced by Representatives Helm and Owens. And with that, thank you for the opportunity to share this information, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lily and Robin. Oh, good. There we go. Commissioner Lee, do you have a question or a comment?
Yes, I do. I have a couple comments. I really appreciate the work going into this effort, and it was a very difficult process bringing in a large group of people, many who had not been involved in water discussions before. It was really difficult to watch sometimes. I fear the expense of a couple $100,000 resulted in laying out the issues we knew were already there, the lack of data, the lack of funding, and other major concerns, without really getting to strong next steps. I know we'll get some value as we go forward with integrated water resource planning from the group, but the perspective about not coming out with a plan to pursue next steps was shared with me by a number of the public. Some of the points that were stressed in the Secretary of State's Water Resources audit spell out some potential new directions. And in my work with the National Water Resources Association in the past, I was aware of a number of noteworthy tools that other states are using, such as regional water planning groups, and also looking at a state water plan. So we have often talked about the commissions of the natural resource agencies coming together, having a retreat on water policy, and perhaps even developing subcommittees to go forward on some of this work. House Bill 3100 that's up this session offers up the formation of another committee, just like the one that we just went through, to work on water policy with members with 2-year terms. But I'm really wondering if we need another committee. I would really suggest that we work with some of our natural resource commissions. And one thing that might be worth considering is that other commissions meet more frequently than we do. It's hard to do the big job that needs to be done just meeting quarterly. Several other commissions meet at least every other month. And we could do something like that if every other month or alternate meetings were virtual, so it would be a relief on staff time. But I really think that we need to dive into this more ourselves, and I appreciate your allowing me to make that comment.
Thank you, Jan. Any other commissioners with comments or questions? Commissioner Mall?
Thanks, Chair Eves. Certainly wasn't involved to the degree and as an observer or otherwise as Jan was, but in reading the report, I have to say I felt many of the same things. And the way you stated it, Commissioner Lee, that a big process to lay out things that we were all fully aware of, at least in this framework, gives me pause. I'm curious, Robin, if you could speak to that. Did we need from your experience, is this what often happens, that as you broaden the participatory group, you end up spending most of your time restating a problem that has already been pretty well defined?
Thanks for the question, Joe. I want to be really careful not to speak on behalf of the group and where they were coming from. So with that, I would say it's not uncommon for large groups to have to spend a lot of time in a sort of joint learning and honestly a storming phase that under the pressure of trying to deliver something back in a year, some folks showed up ready to jump to that and create. And I think there were a lot of open questions at the outset of what is the group actually trying to produce here? Are they trying to produce a piece of legislation? Are they trying to advise the commission or the agency? And so I think there was a real scope question that continued to plague the group for quite some time. And I think to your question about just expanding the group out, the value add of that and my understanding of the intention behind that was to actually invite people into conversation that hadn't previously been part of those policy conversations. And so I don't know if it's a trade-off, but it is a reality of you have to take more time to allow people to come to a shared understanding and language together before they can leap to problem solving and even creating policy.
Thank you. As a follow-up, if both of you, Robin and Lily, could reflect a little on, as I look through the numbers of how many number 4s, for example, there were, and I guess one number 5. Is it fair to say that that reluctance was a reflection of that? Were there any patterns to it? Could you speak to why, for example, were people apparently not keen on having grant prioritization go to existing groups? Can you speak to that at all?
Who wants to hold the hot potato, Lily? I have done some reflecting on this. And again, I'm really hesitant to try to speak on behalf of the group. And so with that, again, in mind, I would say two broad pieces are devil in the details. That came up a lot. If we don't have the details, I can't get comfortable agreeing to this. And you saw that play out even at the end when there was a lot of resistance to having being attributed to where organizations or people landed on the scale. And so there was a real kind of, I think that was part of the little bit of sensitivity or resistance to some of the more kind of complex or detailed ideas that started to come forward. They just ran out of time, frankly, to deal with some of the devil in the details. And I think for some, it was a question of, can we resolve some of this through a different forum? Can we work this through our legislative process or otherwise? And so I kind of come back to that, lack of real clarity around what was the product they were supposed to be producing. Was it a piece of legislation that was a big unknown for the life of the project? And then the other thing I think is just I would just offer that, another observation, which is not going to be new to any of you, but there's this, ongoing and probably never to go away tension in this conversation, specifically around state-supported regional water planning, is who defines things like readiness, who gets to make those decisions around readiness. And that's this sort of like back and forth between local control, local community, and sort of a state oversight and state responsibility around those things. And I think that was a tension that probably is showing up in some of that variation on alignment on some of the recommendations.
Thank you, Robin. Commissioner Smitherman?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Reeves. Thank you, Robin and Lily, and appreciate that presentation. And I do like how you presented it with the percentages different than the report. So that was nice to see. I also had the similar question about the prioritization for existing groups, and whether, because that did seem to have several 5s, is that still considered an actual recommendation? or not, but I believe that you've already answered that, and I understand a little bit more. But I'm also curious, and you may have touched on this, and I apologize, but was any of this group's work taken into account? And do you know, was it taken into account for the audit that was done by the Secretary of State?
I don't know. Maybe, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's okay. I was just curious if any of those groups collaborated at all, or if any of this information was shared as far as that report went. But
all of our meetings were on YouTube and publicly available, so it's possible. I don't know, Raquel might have a better answer than I do.
Chair Reeves, Commissioners, for the record, Raquel Rancier, Deputy Director with the Water Resources Department. I can't speak to what extent the Secretary of State's office was following, the conversations. I will say that the Secretary of State's office had drafts in process before the work group had their final recommendations out. And so from an alignment standpoint, I don't know how much they were able to take those under consideration, but I don't want to speak on behalf of them. And it may very well be that they were tracking it, but I know the final report came out right around the time that they were nearing a final draft of their report. So.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Commissioner Quimps.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. It seems to me like there have been a number of efforts. If you go back to the Oregon Audits Division report on OWRD, it talked about the need for greater staffing and capacity and data to fulfill its mission, or the more recent water advisory report, or this effort. It's still clear that we need more resources for data management, capacity to manage these water resources that are so critical to the citizens of Oregon. And I think, hopefully this increased variability we're seeing with, long-term droughts or extreme droughts, or, we have a different condition right now and this weekend, high variability and precipitation and water variability and all the unpredictability that follows. Maybe we can help create more support, and so that we can get the capacity and the data we need to make the decisions we need to make. And that's not a criticism of the department or its staff at all. There's a tremendous amount of work, and water is becoming increasingly valuable, and hopefully there will be investments that recognize that value. So thank you.
Thank you, Eric, and Robin and Lily. I think it's hard to overstate from my perspective. I mean, I kind of observed this process from the beginning and then sat in on meetings at the end when it was an effort to get to a set of recommendations. And I would say it's hard to overstate the challenge of the scope of the charge that this group started with. They were that, to me, what Jen was talking about being painful to watch. Those meetings were, to me, the hardest thing to watch, because this group justifiably was having a very hard time trying to figure out what, as Robin said, what are we trying to create here? What's the product? And it was a big scope. The one given was that it was going to involve state-supported regional water management. And so that was a given. And as you saw, some of what came out of the report was general statewide needs that were framed to be something that was needed to address regional water management. But that was a pretty significant push me believe, I think, the kind of given that this was the topic. And so it was a challenge. And I guess I do want to commend both Robin and Lily for how they handled it, because from where I sat, that was not an easy lift in either case, the facilitation or the staff work. And also the broader representation. There were a group of people who are totally immersed in the water world. Oh, pardon the pun. And and know a lot about the policy issues and the practical day-to-day issues and even the hydrology, basically. And then there were people who were completely new to the topic and trying to meld those two. And maybe the generality of the recommendations should give us all an idea of how reasonable minds are differing about the best way to deal with some of these issues. Rather than assuming that they couldn't get it done, maybe the message is there are, as I said, reasonable minds differ still. People know what the problems are, but reasonable minds differ how to address them. And so you could put a group of people in a room and they could come up with something if they didn't have to deal with what everyone else thought about it, basically. Then that's just a different thing. And this is now in the legislative arena. And Lily mentioned that, and the representatives working on it are inviting members of the work group to participate, to suggest amendments, to participate in the process as the bill goes forward. That, at least right now, incorporates some of the recommendations from this report. I think not all of them, but that could change, I guess, going forward. And I know that, Lily, I saw that the department has done kind of a first crack at, with each recommendation, who should be doing it, kind of. Am I overstating that or misstating the task there?
I think what you're talking about is a table that we put together a couple of months ago, sort of at first crack at looking at which recommendation would apply to legislation, which would apply to budgets, which would apply to guidance and rulemaking. Yeah.
So, I mean, people are actively working on implementing at least some of the report. And I don't know, we're going to see how that lands, how that progresses in the legislative process. And then, I mean, at some point I think we'll be seeing how this commission can implement some of whatever is ours to do, basically, that came out of the task force. So I don't know. That's just my thoughts on this process. Commissioner Mall.
I know it's dangerous because I'm cutting into lunchtime, but again, thank you, Robin and Lily, for cat herding, whatever the appropriate term is. I think I'm really excited about the afternoon where we get the update on the work in the Walla Walla Basin, because I think the contrast with what the Walla Walla Basin plan shows and its focus, or its sort of North Star of desired future conditions, is something that I don't see in this. And that speaks, I think, completely to, well, what was the charge? And I think, my gosh, if we had only given the charge a little bit more sidebars along those lines, what are the desired future conditions in these communities, in these water systems, in-stream, out-stream, whatever that is, perhaps it would tighten it down. And I would encourage us to learn from that approach to things going forward with some of these legislative recommendations and others. And we've spoken before about the tension between the expertise that the department and the department staff especially have in this arena, and how hamstrung that expertise can sometimes be by well-intended desires that aren't quite frankly informed, either about water law or about the hydrology that's driving it, and it's changed so drastically. And so I hope that department staff will continue to feel confident, and certainly that the commission has your back in there's reference in here to having department reference, department participation, but I think department staff leadership in these conversations is really critical, because Rome is kind of flooding rather than burning. I think we're really running into some problems, and to Commissioner Lee's point, it's time to move on some of this stuff. So thanks for getting us one step closer to doing that, and let's get down to the brass tacks of what our desired future conditions are.
Sorry. I wanted to add to Joe's comments too, with respect to your comments, Jan, about the Natural Resource Commissions. We have talked about that, trying to do some, at least joint meetings, if not a larger group. But maybe we can talk some tomorrow during commissioner comments about planning for something like that. And also you're thinking about what the commission, we could talk more about your thinking about what the commission could do to advance some of the issues that came up in this report. Robin, Lily, thank you both very much. Appreciate the report and the work you did to get it put together. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, so we have a lunch break. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Let's give it a couple more minutes, or a minute anyway. Let's see if we get the rest of our commissioners back. Well, welcome back from lunch. And we should probably go ahead and get started. So our next agenda item is the Deschutes Basin Assessment and Work Plan, and Emily McCain will be presenting on that.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Reeves and Commissioners. I'm going to share my screen here. Let me know if you can see a title slide.
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you for the time, and good afternoon. For the record, my name is Emily McCain. I'm a basin coordinator covering the Deschutes River Basin. My role is focused on advancing complex water resources challenges in the Deschutes in collaborative and forward-looking ways. I'm relatively new to the department, starting last summer and coming from working for the state of Washington, where I was lucky enough to do similar work. Today, I will be sharing the results of early work in this new position at the department, which is a situational assessment and resulting department work plan for the Deschutes Basin. There is a staff report and attached more detailed report available for this agenda item, which I encourage referencing for more additional information. The department was authorized 2 new basin coordinator positions in the 2021-2023 biennium, which are designed to provide dedicated capacity on complex water management issues and topics in the Willamette and Deschutes River basins. These positions are located within the Planning, Collaboration, and Investment section in the Director's Office. And as new staff, myself and my counterpart and working in the Willamette, we're charged with developing a basin-specific department work plan for the next 3 to 5 years that really outlines how and when OWRD plans to spend existing staff time and resources to advance complex issue resolution. The concept of a department work plan for the basin is really an effort to be forward-looking, strategically align and coordinate internal resources, and transparently prioritize our work. In order to develop that informed work plan, however, both myself and the other basin coordinator conducted a situational assessment to increase our understanding of local challenges and opportunities and identify department priorities. This presentation today focuses only on the Deschutes, and you can expect to have more information shared about that Willamette assessment at an upcoming meeting. The goal of having a department work plan was broken out into sort of sequential steps. First, we had to gain appropriate context. And as I mentioned, as a new staff member, I held a lot of internal conversations with colleagues and with managers and reviewed existing plans and studies that were focused on the basin to help me get up to speed on existing challenges and opportunities. Really what has been on the plate that we might not have had capacity to really focus in on. Next, I conducted a series of interviews with tribal staff from the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs, diverse basin stakeholders, and partner agency staff to gain their perspectives and inform our project development. I used the information gathered from those initial steps to identify projects, prioritize and sequence those projects, and ultimately fit them into an actionable department work plan. Lastly, and currently, I am working to share and implement that work plan at the basin level. As implementation occurs, we will continue to monitor and adjust projects and timelines as feasible and as new priorities may arise at the state or basin scale. In the next few slides, we'll go into more detail on each of these overlying steps. The situational assessment focused on gathering external perspectives to identify priority projects that are feasible to manage amongst other priorities in the state within our department. Over 45 organizations and individuals were contacted with about an 80% participation rate, participating in interviews. The main reason for declining an interview invitation was really due to limited time and capacity. And overall, I did find a large willingness to participate and share ideas and thoughts, which was really great getting going in this new role. For large organizations such as county government, for example, I included differing perspectives within that large or those large organizations, such as kind of gaining operational perspectives, long-range planning perspectives, as well as leadership perspectives. Each of the interviews in the assessment were structured and questions were asked at each interview, including kind of helping to identify which complex water management challenges are of greatest concern to the individual or organization, which of those challenges should be a priority from their perspective for OWRD to address over the next 3 to 5 years, what role or roles the interviewee thought that the department should play in addressing those challenges they identified, how the interviewee would like to engage or collaborate on advancing those challenges, and how they would like to receive information on progress moving forward. I'll note that the situational assessment was intended to be an initial assessment and likely not represent a comprehensive summary of every complex water management issue facing the entirety of the basin, but really provide a valuable glance at existing and known future issues from a range of perspectives. The department's intent with this, again, was to identify work that can be completed or coordinated by sort of yours truly, the newly established Complex Basin Coordinator. Feedback provided through the interview process informed all subsequent steps of work plan development. So that early step of getting out and talking to folks was really critical to capture differing thoughts and perspectives on water management topics. While interviewees typically shared specific areas of focus that might be near or dear to their hearts, there were common threads identified through the series of conversations. Topics identified through the interview process were varied, and some are listed on this slide. Again, for more detail, you can reference that attached report in your meeting materials. Appendix B is the table where you can find a lot more information on what type of feedback we received and the specific thoughts on that. Priorities identified through this process, some of them are on this slide, but they included supporting integrated water conservation strategies, focusing on groundwater mitigation program that operates within the basin, supporting integrated water resource planning efforts, and others that, again, directly inform the development of the work plan. After that assessment process, or after the kind of interview process was completed, the work plan development step was really designed to build from that information. So we organized the interview feedback into kind of bins, I'd say, to identify projects and actions that could be identified to address those identified topics from the conversations. We then evaluated each project that we identified to prioritize projects for potential inclusion in that near-term basin work plan. So the evaluation was done by considering a range of factors, including a project's significance to achieving our department's goals and objectives, along with any near-term statutory or rule deadlines for carrying out a project. The complexity of a given project, or for example, associated uncertainty or dependencies, was also considered while evaluating potential projects and ranking priorities. Lastly, I worked across staff sections and divisions within the department to appropriately scope and sequence priority projects within a work plan that aligns our staff capacity with project timelines and deliverables. The Deschutes Basin Work Plan really includes a strategic sequencing of projects that are aimed at advancing and collaboratively resolving complex water management challenges at the basin scale. While this work plan gives a 3-year roadmap for department involvement in the basin, a focus on 2023 is detailed to align project priorities with what we know are available staff resources, and also plan for future needs, including helping section and division managers plan for when staff expertise may be needed, maybe 6 months from now, maybe a year from now, really help plan for future needs. The work plan is designed to transparently communicate department work priorities in addition to ongoing operational tasks that we do in the basin, as well as project actions and anticipated outcomes of those projects, targeted timelines for project work to occur, and opportunities for engagement in each of those projects. All of the projects within the work plan will continue to be monitored and adjusted as needed or as new priorities may arise. So in the next few slides, I'm going to share the projects that are included in the department's work plan for the Deschutes Basin. These projects represent the highest priority actions that the department has capacity to advance in meaningful ways. And these projects have identified initiation timelines and are all scoped to be differing lengths, depending on the particular project and its needs. Each project is designed to be phased, which means that there will be kind of steps to each project in a way. And they're meant to build upon previous work or previous phases, and in some cases have multiple or sort of sequential deliverables. My added position capacity provides the opportunity to manage these work plan projects and coordinate both with staff and external partners to advance project tasks. So we will be seeking to initiate 4 projects in the first quarter of 2021, which we are in right now. The first is coordination between the ongoing statewide groundwater allocation rulemaking efforts and the Deschutes Basin Groundwater Mitigation Program. This type of mitigation program is unique to the Deschutes Basin, and this project highlights dedicated coordination that is happening to ensure the operation of that existing groundwater mitigation program is considered when revising OWRD statewide groundwater allocation rules. The timeline for this project and dedicated coordination is aligned with that larger statewide project that's currently underway. The next project that will be initiated in Q1 is focusing on modernizing water movement tracking and accounting in the Deschutes Basin. The highest number of water leases and transfers across the state typically occurs in the Deschutes Basin on a given water year, which provides for increasing challenges to account for and track for all that water movement. This project is, as the name suggests, aimed at increasing the department's ability to track water transactions and water conservation project outcomes. And it is a pilot project focused on Water Master District 11, which includes the upper and middle Deschutes River and its tributaries. The project itself is estimated to take 2 or more years at this point, but is phased to develop progressive work products. And an example of that kind of progressive work product design includes, as an early phase of a project, such as this one, conducting a thorough analysis of planned needs and constraints, with a deliverable of that early phase being a needs assessment and proposed set of solution options and associated scopes for those solutions. So really kind of a needs assessment up front and suggestions or recommendations on best courses of action to resolve the issues at hand. The second phase of that project would then build on the information gathered in the first to build on that supported and actionable solution set. Phasing projects like this allows us to have benchmarks while also being dynamic about future phases of work and the resources that are needed to complete them successfully. The next project initiated in Q1 is increasing agency and tribal coordination in the Deschutes Basin. I do want to acknowledge that coordination between entities has and will continue to occur, though this project within the work plan adds capacity from WRD to focus on complex water management topics, such as coordinating on the other projects within this work plan. While projects have defined timelines and endpoints typically, this project is expected to continue as more of an operation of OWRD into the future. The last project that is initiated in Q1 of this work plan is place-based planning support for the Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative. The Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative, or DBWC, as we all love our acronyms, is a diverse group of interests who have formed an inclusive and collaborative group to develop and implement an integrated water resources plan and associated strategies at the basin scale. The department has been participating in this group and will continue to do so. The DBWC has self-selected to align their integrated water resource planning efforts with the existing pilot place-based planning guidance that the department has developed. Through this project, the department aims to provide staff support for continued collaborative water resource planning efforts this year. Looking forward to Q2, which is spring 2023, we aim to initiate one additional project. This project is focused on the Deschutes Basin Groundwater Mitigation Program. The purpose of this project is to evaluate and potentially update the existing Deschutes Groundwater Mitigation Program. The mitigation program was originally developed to provide for new groundwater uses while maintaining state scenic waterway and in-stream water right flows in the Deschutes Basin, and is set to legislatively sunset in 2029. This is another longer-term project with phased work products that build upon earlier efforts and includes opportunities for stakeholders to engage in the process. Looking even further to Q3, we will expand our project portfolio further by initiating a project focused on piloting integrated water conservation strategies in the Deschutes. The purpose of this project, again, as the name suggests, is to increase the department's ability to support water conservation priorities in the basin by providing really basin-focused pathways for project implementation. This is another pilot project that is focused on the Deschutes. While the project is scoped to take just under 2 years, phased work products are anticipated. One reason to phase this project start date later in this calendar year is to have that integrated water planning effort I mentioned a few slides ago help inform some of the priority pathways that could be discussed under this project. The last project aimed to be initiated in 2023 is a concerted effort to explore opportunities to advance Crooked River water management challenges. The Crooked River is a major tributary to the Deschutes and has many unique challenges, as all of our rivers do. The project dedicates some staff capacity to identify and implement actions to improve our ability to manage water management outcomes, I'd say, in the Crooked River. This could include, for example, identifying strategies for accounting and metering that are not a key challenge in the upper Deschutes. So again, that differing challenge with differing geographies. So I went through kind of the list for 2023, and while it is a big one, I mentioned that this is a 3-year work plan. So 2 additional projects will be slated to start up in 2024. These include dedicated staff capacity to support department water rights processing and improvements, as well as increasing the accessibility of water project funding. These 2 projects are intended to be addressed at the state scale, though, and not just in the Deschutes, for example, but certainly informed by some of the feedback that we received through our assessment process. And while these are slated for initiation in 2024, this does not equate to no department action being taken relating to these topics. All projects within this work plan provide sort of additional dedicated capacity, and these timelines represent strategic alignment with other statewide priorities for existing staff time. So zooming out from the projects themselves, I wanted to share briefly on next steps, which will include continued work plan outreach with basin partners and stakeholders to increase awareness of department priorities and share our next steps, really following up with a lot of the folks that I talked with through the assessment process.
Setting up a meeting with her.
It will also include initiation of near-term projects, some of which have already started, and planning for Q2 and Q3 projects getting online. We will continue to monitor and adjust projects and timelines as we learn more and start project management. And we will continue to communicate progress and learning as we dive into projects. With that, I'll share that, as a new member of the department, this has been a really fun effort to conduct the assessment, get to know folks in the basin as a new position and new staff member, and start to build those relationships, as well as develop a work plan with colleagues, with our managers, with director and deputy directors that really charts out, I'd say, a clear, ambitious, but clear pathway for our work in the Deschutes in the coming years. So I'm looking forward to getting going on these projects and having some tangible outcomes to come back and share with you all. And with that, I'll thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Emily. That's an excellent presentation. You have been busy, and you're going to be busy, it looks like. Let me just see if we have questions or comments from commissioners here. I do not see any hands up.
Yep.
Oh, Kathy, Commissioner Kahara.
Well, thank you for coming and playing in my hometown and home turf. I hope you have found, like I have over the past, that the people in the Deschutes Basin are actually very willing to work with each other and be collaborative and work on all kinds of stuff together. There's multiple groups all focused around water, and I hope you've touched base with probably most of them, because they all seem to be gathering in different forums with different initials and acronyms, but welcome and thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you, Commissioner. I couldn't agree more. And it's advantageous for me personally to be located within the basin so that I can have a lot of those personal touch points with folks.
Commissioner Mall, and then Commissioner Quentz.
Chair Eves, thanks, Emily. Hopefully that was you in that raft, and I think like the 3rd slide. Did they get you out on the water? No?
Not in that raft, but maybe a different raft. I'll have to share another picture next time.
Yeah, I hope so. I noticed in the report, one of the things that was not recommended for additional scoping was this recommendation for managing water resource focused land use planning considerations. And I saw that there's a number of reasons that some recommendations are not on the scope of work going forward. Could you talk a little bit about that? Because I was in the Deschutes. I was on the Deschutes on the river just this past weekend for the holiday, and was in an area that in the 18 years that I've lived in Oregon was not at all developed when I first got here. And so the development, the land use, the development pressures in the Deschutes Basin, I think, are unrivaled in the state in terms of just overall impact per acre and per amount of water. And so it's just something I'm always intrigued by, is why we aren't more hand in glove, hand in hand, I don't know, with DLCD and land use planning. So could you talk a little bit to why that piece of things isn't on the proposed scope of work? Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's a great question, and something that's near and dear to my heart in my previous work history. I'd say that the inclusion on the department work plan, while it does represent, as I mentioned earlier, our highest priorities, it also represents the types of projects that require staff coordination and dedicated tasking too. And that's part of my role, is to help with that coordination internally and bring folks together externally to have meaningful conversations and dialogue. And one thing that I didn't capture in the presentation is that exclusion from the work plan doesn't represent no action from our department or myself and the regional staff in engaging in local and regional land use planning conversations. Those are happening. In fact, I'm part of a local work group on that topic that's ongoing. And so while it doesn't represent I'll say, well, a project itself isn't scoped at this time, meaning that I haven't identified tangible outcomes that are needed that require our department's capacity at a technical or policy level. I will be engaging, and I plan to identify more priorities as I get on my feet under me in this role. And the work plan could be adapted or include more projects as capacity allows in the future. So kind of hopefully answered your question by saying that I am engaging and the regional staff are engaging in those efforts, but at this time have not prioritized project-specific outcomes that have rose to the top of our priority list.
I think we're often presented with staff being put into situations where they have to be on the defensive in protection of water relative to this sort of unquestioned growth, land use growth that and the city and community managers they're under the gun too. And I think the commission has repeatedly encouraged us to get ahead of that so that we're not on the defensive, but really being progressive and part of those. So that's great that you're already getting woven into those conversations, and I do hope your experience and passion for it from Washington translates here. So again, thanks and welcome.
I have to unmute first. Commissioner Quimps, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Thank you. Good report, and I think it's a good process. Looking at some of the interview feedback and some of your process, it occurred to me that maybe this could also benefit from, some summary data. If some of the summary numbers from Jake Johnstone's report could be broken out for the Deschutes. I think that seems like that might help complement some of the interview process and the interview feedback around water accounting and transparency. Is something like that possible to break it out for that basin?
Thank you, Commissioner, for the comment. I think that's a great idea, and something that I'm hoping is included within project scopes, is to really kind of quantify the existing needs and plan future needs to inform solution development. So that, as an example, would be included in that accounting project.
Yeah, I think, there's perceptions, and then I just think it always helps to, where we can, be empirical and have those kind of numbers, and some of it, sometimes might surprise people, or it might help show where the work needs are. So thank you.
Emily, oh, sorry, go ahead, Commissioner
Oh,
Smitherman.
no, that's okay. Thank you, Chair Reeves. Really just a comment again, Emily, wonderful report. Like the presentation and the report itself. One thing that stuck in my mind was there were quite a few comments around the integrated water conservation strategies piece, and know that that's really important in the area, and it's good to see that there's a lot of consensus on that issue over in the Deschutes between all the partners and all of the folks that participated in this. And I also think that, you mentioned some of the things that you're not able to take on, but I just think through this whole process and the projects that are recommended, you're going to get naturally community education and water resources related trainings based on all the different projects that you're going to try to work towards. And so that'll just kind of come naturally, I believe, as you start to develop working groups to move some of these projects forward. But I just wanted to say again, great job, nice work, and great to have you on the team.
Thank you.
Emily, I wanted to follow up on, I think it was Kathy's observation that there's a lot, there's so many organizations organizations working in the basin, and trying to how they're able to kind of stay coordinated and working with each other. And I was interested particularly in the Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative, with a place-based planning process underway. And do you have any observations you can share about the challenges associated with that, or the, the opportunities, and how the basin is managing all those players, kind of?
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Yes, it's a really interesting process to get involved in. I think it's a great thing that there are so many established and open groups talking about water in the basin and being forward-looking about those discussions. The Water Collaborative is a really interesting, large collaborative group. And while, when you have many different interest groups that are coordinating independently, and also this large collaborative bringing all those various interests together, folks can sometimes get meeting fatigue, right? We're all accustomed to that over Zoom the past few years. And I'd say two of the big takeaways for me to make sure that group is so successful is that they consistently have all the interests at the table and actively working toward future kind of desired state. They're not just providing updates from their various interest groups, but they are bringing that information to contribute to a discussion together. That's one big thing that I've noticed toward the productivity of this collaborative. The other is having their eyes on the prize. I think having a goal like an integrated water resources strategy or a place-based plan is really helping to drive some of those hard conversations between different interests and making sure that those interests show up at the table every month for those meetings.
Well, that's a really it's very encouraging what we're seeing in the Deschutes Basin. I applaud your efforts there too. Commissioner Lee, you have your hand up.
Yes, I spent about 18 years over there in the basin in past years, and water is so important. That's why you see the proliferation of entities. One thing I was looking for was a list of who's in the collaborative, and is that on the website someplace?
There is, thank you, Commissioner Lee, there is a collaborative website. I'm happy to make sure that information is shared with you all for further reference. But the participant groups, all the meeting information is all publicly available.
Great, thank you.
Emily, thank you for the presentations. That was great. Good luck with that going forward. So our next agenda item is an update on cannabis industry enforcement with Justin Dillon and Scott Prose.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Reeves and commissioners. As you introduced me, I'm Justin Dillon. I'm the Southwest Region Manager here at the Medford office, and I'm joined today by Scott Prose, as you indicated. He's our team lead assistant water master, who's responsible for coordinating the cannabis program statewide. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can share my screen, and we'll get going. Okay. Oh, let's see here. Of course. Apologize. Goodness.
Justin, I can actually share a little bit while you want to get that going.
Yeah, if you want to do that and go over some of the terminology while I try and pull this up again, my apologies.
Yeah, that'd be great. Hello, commissioners. We've talked about cannabis here before in 2020. Some of you were there for that. And but I do want to cover, we use some terms here that might be helpful to go over during the presentation. So one of the terms is cannabis. When we say that, it includes hemp and marijuana. And so cannabis, hemp would be low THC marijuana, and THC is kind of a psychoactive substance that delineates the two. And then, marijuana would be high THC. So low THC, high THC, but both are included in the term cannabis. And that's important. And on top of that, we have the different agencies that regulate those. So we have the Oregon Liquor and Cannabis Commission. They changed their name a while back, and they do the marijuana side of things. And we have the Oregon Department of Agriculture hemp program, and they do the hemp side of things. So that's just kind of important to keep in mind as we run through some of this, because it can get a little confusing otherwise.
All right, I think we're just about there. Okay, do we have the right screen up now?
We do, Justin. Yeah.
All right. Okay, thank you. Well, I appreciate that, Scott. So what's on the agenda today that I want to discuss with you all is a little bit of the history and legislation that brings us into 2022. Then we'll go ahead and discuss some of the regulatory activities and audits that have taken place, interagency collaboration, how fieldwork has evolved as a result of the growth of both the licensed and unlicensed cannabis industry, and a little bit of a look ahead of where we want to go as we move forward into 2023. So the 2018 U.S. Farm Bill paved the way for legal hemp agriculture in the United States. The Oregon Department of Agriculture was tasked with managing this new industry, creating guidance to be reviewed by the United States Department of Agriculture, and also registering sites and ensuring THC testing is done prior to harvest. In 2019, specifically the fall, there was a significant increase in complaints specific to water use as hemp production in Oregon increased. ODA and OWRD staff discussed water usage, compliance, and staff capacity. ODA offered to pay for a limited duration assistant water master to investigate hemp production sites for water law compliance with a focus on the Southwest region. In 2020, this new ODA funded position focused on ODA hemp registered sites, audited water use, collecting information, performing compliance activity, and some of that activity or some of those results will be displayed here a bit later in the presentation. So a little bit of a recap. You heard some about the legislative packages. I'll go briefly into a little more detail in the interest of time. So Senate Bill 5561, this was a $5 million funding package passed during the December 2021 special session. It funded 29 permanent full-time positions, created a new enforcement section, and gave funding for better tools and technology. 14 of those 29 FTE positions are cannabis-focused assistant water masters. These assistant water masters respond to complaints, investigate illegal water use, coordinate with partner agencies and law enforcement, and support overall agency enforcement processes statewide. House Bill 4061 went into effect in June of 2022. It focuses on water use at cannabis grow sites. The bill applies to water suppliers, water haulers, and cannabis growers of both hemp and marijuana. OWRD worked alongside the Oregon Liquor and Cannabis Control Commission and the Oregon Health Authority to implement and enforce new requirements and use our existing authority to assist law enforcement with investigations. Under 4061, water suppliers and haulers have new documentation requirements and record retention for all irrigated cannabis and hemp crops. Cannabis producers may face increased penalties for unauthorized water use or hauling water to a farm that has not been licensed by one of the regulatory agencies. So in 2022, the focus was on the recruitment, training, and program development of these SB 5561 positions and the Cannabis Enforcement Program, and to expand that work that started here in the Southwest statewide. So this may be a little bit of a busy slide for you all, but this is a bulk water use example specific to 8 years of data at the White City Bulk Fill Station in Jackson County. Fill stations are used for bulk water hauling for those who may not have access to water from other sources. This could be registered or unregistered sites, as well as domestic and other agricultural purposes. On the left side, as you go up on the graph, is water purchased in the millions of gallons. Left to right across the bottom are months of use from November 2013 on the far left to November 2022 on the far right. So visually, as we progress through time across this graph, water use significantly increased from the summer of 2018, which is roughly the middle of your graph there, that first spike, to the middle of 2022 on the far right side. This is a small facility, but the larger facility in Jackson County had very similar trends within that time frame. The trends on this chart align with the history and legalization that we went through just previously, as well as the spike in unregistered grows in 2022. All the way to where water use dropped on the far right-hand side of your screen by 50%. Lots of variables in that drop, but it coincides with new legislation we covered, HB 4061, SB 5561, the deployment of our new staff, the assistant water masters, and the increase in grant funding through the Criminal Justice Commission to the law enforcement agencies. So real quick, before we get into, turn it over to Scott here for a bit of a snapshot into regulation this past year. This image is pretty typical of an unregistered site here in the Southwest. You can see why this work is important and of great concern to the community. This image was taken in Josephine County. Typically, as in the case of this site, you'll see the illegal appropriation and storage of groundwater. We had fertilizer mixing taking place in some of that illegally stored tanks. Those hoses and everything, irrigation lines, go right back into the wells with no backflow devices to prevent those chemicals from re-entering the aquifer, as well as a host of other code, legal, and natural resource agency violations.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. As that picture showed to you, commissioners, it just, that is a fairly common sight, actually, that sort of environment with those sorts of greenhouses. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. And we'll cover some of the other agencies that have to get involved and sites like that in a bit. But first off, I just wanted to bring up desktop investigations for some of the work we've been doing. Our staff has been working really hard. We made a lot of progress on, basically education for these, cannabis growers, but often that has to do with enforcement too. So we're going to cover some of that here. But yeah, over 2,000 desktop investigations. We're really proud of that. People worked really hard. To my knowledge, that's the biggest sort of, water right research audit essentially that's been done in our state over a period of a year. So it's pretty impressive numbers there. But the conclusion that we found, we'll go over a little more, but you can see in the little table down below, just the percentage without water rights. There is a large percentage of cannabis grows that do not have water rights covering where they're growing. They do have sometimes other legal options to pursue water through water hauling, things like that. But this raised a lot of concern over the whole state. One thing I wanted to point on before we move on is just the unregistered cannabis. That is cannabis that's not registered, with the other agencies. Meaning you could also call it illegal cannabis potentially. So let's go to the next slide, Justin, if you would. Yeah, this is a map showcasing that of the water right research efforts. This is also a good map of showing all the cannabis that was made aware to our department in 2022. I'll let you guys take a quick look at that for a second. Don't want to rush too quick. But the orange, obviously without a water right, blue has a water right for the grow site. Yeah, excellent. So this, this is basically just saying the results of overall on-site investigations. That's a little different than sitting in our computers. And this is really truly takes probably the bulk of our time doing this and follow up because getting access can be very difficult to many of these sites. But yeah, I'm really proud of our staff. We did over 677 site visits for cannabis sites. And the number of concern here that revealed is that 22% of all of those site visits revealed, violations, people appropriating water illegally, generally, sometimes storage. The graph to the right shows, the orange is what I'd like to highlight, I guess, but that shows, the violation breakdown. The groundwater is the orange. I'm going to show you guys a few other slides going forward with that. Then, yeah, I guess that's basically covering all cannabis. And now we're going to break it down a little more by agency of some of the findings we had. So, and this is a good chart to show the differences between the agencies. We got OLCC, ODA, and unregistered, and then a total at the bottom. I'll let you guys, it takes a minute to orient yourself, I know, on some of these charts, so I'll give you a quick second there and stop blabbering. Could you go back just for a second, Justin? Yeah, one thing I wanted to point out on this chart for you guys is just the unregistered. We'll cover that a little more in depth in a second, but you can see the comparison of violations. So people that are not licensed with any of the agencies, they have a much higher rate of violation for water law. So that's one of those things that shows for the unregistered. Okay, let's go to that. We'll show you a map of basically the total of the on-site investigations throughout the state and their what was found, if there was a violation or not. And again, the yellow showcases a lot of the groundwater violations that occurred. The red would be surface water. Blue, it's not very common that there would be both. One thing I wanted to point out is we found that groundwater violations are slightly more common. Many of the growers are using a domestic well, obviously, to do that. That's the most common situation. But part of that is for pH and other things that they're trying to achieve. And also just the cultivation of new farmland, like forests, all sorts of new places that have traditionally not grown crops that don't have water rights. So and a well is often their easy option. Next slide, please, Justin. Yeah, OLCC, these people are registered with the state when we investigated them or in the process of applying. And we found, we've basically went to a quarter of all those sites, the 1,704. And that's a lot of site visits on OLCC. And we had done hemp before. This is the first year really focusing on OLCC. So it was great to make that progress. It's kind of a little bit of a Herculean effort by our new staff. I was very proud of them. 19% of on-site, it's about a fifth, were found to be in water law violations, even though they are legal cannabis. So that's still concerning. And you can see the breakdown of those violations off to the side there. Okay, let's go to the next one here, Justin. Actually, we'll show, that's a map real quick if you want to see. Those are the OLCC sites that were visited. And we can always go back, commissioners, if there's a map that we want to use for a discussion or anything like that. So please don't be shy about that. So yeah, unregistered, we had mentioned this. I want to state here, this is where it takes a lot of time to investigate unregistered sites for our staff. There's a lot of work that goes into it sometimes, and a lot of agency collaboration to get access to those sites, to find responsible parties, and to educate the right people, all of that. So anyway, I'm impressed that we were able to get this number. It's 83% of unregistered sites. We were able to visit all of those, or most of those. And some, I'll go into that in a few minutes, but some of that was with law enforcement assists, or, colloquially, we'd call that a raid. But then, yeah, again, showcasing 46% had violations for these unregistered sites. These are folks that are kind of outside the law already. So that may not be a surprise, but it does showcase how it's worthwhile to put our attention on these sites, even though they take more time. Here's a map showcasing those unregistered sites. You can see it's a little more common in the Southwest region. That's also what these counties had filed states of emergencies on hemp. They've received grant funding. They're pretty concerned and have a lot of issues around cannabis, and they are very concerned about their water use, as Commissioner Smitherman is probably very familiar with. But this is it showcases some of the types of violations that were occurring for the unregistered sites. Next slide, Justin. Yeah, this is a pretty simple slide, but it's very important. We have done hemp, like Justin had said, for the last 3 years. We have audited each year, and you can see that there are very different results. I think part of this has to do with the market change, but just overall, there are less and less violations. And I think it speaks highly to our department's interaction with the growers, particularly in the Southwest region, through education, some enforcement. And, there were lots of site visits happening each of those years, but there are just less violations occurring now. And yeah, it just I think it points to our work having an impact on the resource and, getting compliance. Yeah, this is a quick thing of the site visits that were done over hemp, what they found this past in 2022. Next slide, Justin. Yeah, interagency collaboration. I think cannabis has posed a lot of great opportunities for our department to be much more involved with other agencies, because it presents a lot of challenges. A lot of these are not traditional farmers. They, especially unregistered things, people are moving from out of state. They're not familiar with Oregon water law. And there's a lot of other issues that are going into what's happening on these sites. The big thing I like to point out is code enforcement. County code enforcement has been huge in helping us get access and find responsible parties for a lot of these grows. And obviously OLCC and ODA, we couldn't do it without them supplying data to us and just information on how we go about, proceeding on different sites. The other big collaboration that's been taking place is with law enforcement. Sometimes that's the state police, but more commonly that's local sheriffs. That's been happening a lot more this year with the new staff and just increased relationship with them. Part of that's through grant funding that they received as well, that helped us get new staff. similar area of funding to address cannabis. And so that has been pretty exciting to work with them more. We're going to show you a map here that shows some of the results of that. This map can be a little confusing, and so I'll just take a quick second here and then give you time to look at it. It's when I say it says enforcement action taken up there, that means enforcement action taken by our department. All of these were enforcement actions taken by law enforcement that they invited us on to go with them. And we were able to issue violations in some of those cases. So it says no enforcement, that's enforcement by our agency. I feel like that could be a little confusing there. But as you can see, the yellow, where, you know, maybe there was no water law violation when we went along, we didn't find any problem, or there were problems in issuing a formal violation.
Right. Thank you, Scott.
I'll pass
go
this
ahead.
off to Justin here. That's that covers most of a lot of the field activities there.
So yeah, a couple of the things that have really evolved and changed, other than the environment you've seen from some of the increase in workload, has just been a significant boom in small farm operations and the types of complaints and the complex water rights issues we have to work through. As you saw from some of the slides, there has been thousands of registered sites that we've been notified of, through the OLCC or ODA. And often these sites, these are not larger traditional agricultural operations. Many times these are smaller operations, could just be a handful of greenhouses. Quite frequently, they'll have very complex water usage or very complex water availability to them. They could have irrigation rights. They could have surface or groundwater rights. They could be hauling water part of the year if they're not getting a delivery. And so it makes for, very complex issues when we're getting those complaints. By nature, these operations have generated a lot of complaints. So whereas a lot of our attention used to maybe traditionally be pulled towards larger diversions or larger water use issues, it's a lot more of these micro operations. Scott touched on just the evolution partnerships with county code and law enforcement. We've touched about access challenges here. Often there's a lot of sites that we are just unable to access to at the frustration of the community. If we're denied access and we can't visibly see the violations, because a lot of times, as Scott alluded, these specifically the unregistered operations are tucked away in the hillsides. It creates a lot of new challenges, and sometimes coordinating, cooperating, and assisting law enforcement or waiting for them to move on a property is the only time we can address these issues, often to the frustration of the community. Along those lines, absentee landowners and lease operations, lots of these registered and unregistered operations have, the property owners or lessees that may not be in Oregon, may not be in the United States. So when it goes to trying to address and get operations into compliance, trying to identify the responsible party can be a significant challenge for us. I think we touched on the access challenges. For us, we can be trespassed as an organization like anyone else. If it's gated and it's got a fence and it says no trespassing, our job starts to get really hard as far as investigating complaints. Field safety has been something that has significantly evolved and changed for staff through the growth of, particularly the unregistered industry. Often frustrated community members, they're going to complain not only to the Water Resources Department, but law enforcement agencies and other, code enforcement entities, anyone who can try to help them. When our staff are going out and trying to access a property, there's a whole different type of, hazard site assessment that they go through now in trying to investigate these complaints to provide some sort of resolution for the complainant. And finally, just the volume of work. You saw the thousands of water right researches, 677, I believe, site visits specific to cannabis licensed and unregistered sites. Certain parts of the states, that's a tremendous workload shift for us. So looking ahead, continued partnership and collaboration, both with code enforcement and law enforcement, advancing that coordination as represented with some of the upcoming planning meetings that we have scheduled here in the coming month. Really utilizing OWRD's new enforcement section, utilizing them for workflow improvements, increasing the capacity of field staff, and relieving those administrative burdens on the folks in the field. It can be very time consuming to move forward in our enforcement and compliance process with the administrative process, both from the notice of violation to the potential assessment of civil penalties. Certainly, as you can see, in some of the earlier slides, or the one in the lower right-hand corner here, another picture from the Southwest, continuing collaboration with our natural resource partner agencies. There was a HB 3000 work group that was put together, and actually, I believe, chaired by Representative Pam Marsh here in the Southwest region. As part of that work group, it was basically to provide legislative recommendations on how can we improve, what are those recommendations to improve basically cannabis compliance statewide. As part of that, there was a natural resource subcommittee that was put together, and we've continued that collaboration and coordination since that report. I believe it was provided to legislature in December of this past year, but helping to leverage other agencies' authority and share information. Often once the illegal appropriation of surface or groundwater stops, the additional environmental damage is still present. That's something that, all statewide we're really being struggled with, is how do we clean up these properties? How do we restore the damage to the natural environment? And then interagency trainings. Surface and groundwater trainings are scheduled with law enforcement, the Oregon Liquor and Cannabis Commission, and the Oregon Department of Agriculture. This will improve our information sharing and how we communicate. With that cross-agency training, we can share information and receive notifications from each other. If law enforcement knows the types of things that we look for, or other natural resource agencies do, and vice versa, they can share that information if they observe, increasing our footprint within the community. So in summary, a lot of great work has been done, but there's still a lot of work to do. Local sheriffs, and here as an example in the Southwest region, are trying to lobby for 10 years of sustained funding to really address the unregistered grows. We've got ongoing compliance checks that will need to occur. Often operations that number in the thousands are transferred to new individuals. And so that education component that Scott alluded to, educating folks on water law, continues to start over again. And finally, the illegal water use continues to be a great concern to the community, and whose members, as I said, can remain frustrated when law enforcement or other natural resource agency partners struggle to gain access to those sites in a timely manner. So that really ties in how this collaborative approach, use of our enforcement section, and continued relationship building with law enforcement will help to address these issues as we move forward. That completes the formal presentation. We can go ahead and open it up for any questions the commissioners may have, or any discussion.
Go ahead, Commissioner Smitherman.
Wow, thank you both so much, Scott and Justin. Thank you to you and your team for all the work that you've put into this. What a difference and a change from where we were just a couple years ago. And I know a lot of that took took funding from legislature, and I know that there's a lot of people who really appreciate the work that's being done. I hope that others recognize, yes, this is a lot of work. You can't do it all overnight. This is going to be a process and ongoing potentially. And the work is being done. So I just want to recognize you both for that. And thank you for sharing the graph of the White City bulk station. That is very similar to other data that I've collected and that I've seen in Medford. I do get a lot of calls, being at the Medford Water Commission. We serve water to many of the communities in the area, and it is a definite community concern of where is the water going and is it being done legally. I do have a question about the OLCC and ODA process, and was curious if when someone is applying for a permit to grow cannabis through those agencies, is there a requirement that they prove that they have a water right?
Yeah, Commissioner Smitherman, I'll take that. So ODA on their form currently has it's an area they fill out, but it's not a requirement through that agency. That does provide us information about what they put on for their application. So we do use that information, which we're really grateful for. OLCC has a more formal process in the application process. We're actually working on improving that currently by rewriting some forms, but the current process is reviewed. OLCC basically does a basic look to see whether water rights cover them. And then traditionally they would ask our department if they were using an alternative source outside of a water right to water that. But like I said, we're trying to improve that so that's actually there's more oversight by our agency in that process. And yeah, we're actually having a meeting with them next week to deal with that. So.
That's great. And I figured, you were working on that, and Justin, you mentioned more and more collaboration going on and being able to share that information and our agencies making sure that we're asking the right questions, and something that would be important to one agency, maybe another agency didn't realize or think about that process. And that's where we're at, is we're learning this as we go and trying to make it a stronger program and make sure that all the agencies are in communication that this affects. So thank you again. Appreciate all the work you're doing down here, and just grateful that you have the team that you need to get it done.
Yeah, thank you. That's very kind of you to say. Commissioner Quittemps, I apologize.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Understandable. You get a Q, 3 vowels, 4 consonants, so it's Quimps. But thank you for the report. And I look at the on-site investigations. You got 549 for registered sites, 424 for marijuana, 125 for hemp. So each of those sites may have a water right with it, or maybe using municipal water that they purchased and they're trucking in.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, those sites that we visited, they could end up having all sorts of situations, trucking water, there's some numbers I have on that. For example, OLCC, we found that about 19% of the folks that are growing with them are claiming to truck water as their primary water source.
So, thinking about the scale and scope of the problems we face, if we look at all of the other water uses, if there's over 89,000, 595 water rights in Oregon across, I'm assuming, domestic, municipal, commercial, industrial, agricultural uses, in-stream flows. And if you look at your violation rates, like 19% for marijuana and 8% for hemp, I'm wondering what the violation percentages might be in other categories of water right uses. And given that there are so many other uses, right, the scale is much greater.
Mm-hmm.
So, I understand that it's, I think, human nature to react to this problem, and it's occurred so quickly. But if we want to tackle the problems at scale, I wonder how violations are occurring across other kinds of uses, and if those violations don't constitute a bigger problem for the state. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a great concern. I mean, I think, yeah, what the injury that is caused, it would be helpful to understand the full picture. I think we have, some indication, but definitely outside of my expertise as far as like, what that is for the other areas. So,
and this has grown, so rapidly, no pun intended, but this problem has grown so quickly. And, I think there's a lot of, understandably, a lot of social concern around it, but that it doesn't mean are we paying attention to the biggest problems, I guess. Not that this doesn't deserve attention, and it doesn't deserve, that people's water rights are protected from harm from some of these grow operations, but looking at the range of water rights and where violations occur, and it's not to pick on anybody, but to look at the range of that, we might find that there are, or may not find that there are bigger problems. So thank you.
Yeah, well said.
I have a question. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole on this, but I have not really thought before this presentation about trucked water specifically. What was the other term? Was it bulk water? What was the other word you were using? Bulk water. So how does this work? Where is the water right? I mean, there's a place where you go and fill up something with water. And presumably somebody has a water right that you're using, and your property doesn't need to have any water right attached to it in order to use it on the property. So what are the limits on that? I mean, who puts limits on how much water somebody could truck for an operation? Do we know this?
Justin, go ahead. I'll jump in if you deem it necessary.
Well,
I'll give you the hard question.
Yeah, no, it's a very interesting question. Bulk water suppliers are typically off of a municipal source.
Okay.
Traditionally, they were, and they do have to be purchased. Some are coin cash, some actually have cards and accounts. I think more traditionally, like that White City facility, a smaller facility, it was really more traditionally designed for small operations, domestic uses, folks who maybe didn't have a good domestic supply year round, or didn't have, what they needed. But as far as limitations, I don't know I don't believe we limit that as an organization. Certainly, Commissioner Smitherman, since they operate one there at the commission, may have some more information there to explain as far as whether they have put any caps with the increase in use.
Okay.
And just to add to what Justin had said, Commissioner Reeves, is that it's confusing to some folks where they think, well, how does the city just give away all that water? Obviously they have water rights to be able, through their municipal right. And then they're able to sell it from there is my understanding of the legal mechanism.
Okay. I just had not really thought about how it works before, and this conversation got me thinking about it. Julie, you've got your hand up. Maybe you have some information about this?
I do. I'd love to share the information that I have about it. And so they both, Scott and Justin, are correct that it does come from a municipal source. The station that Medford Water operates has limited it to 15,000 gallons a month. So that's around 1,500 a week, or no, 3,500 a week. Sorry, and that is to limit the large tanker trucks that do come through or had come through in the past. And so we can focus on some of more of those domestic needs of some of our smaller customer farms and a small family farm or domestic purposes. As far as whether or not we allow that water to be used, it is only allowed when we have a surplus amount of water, meaning we have a little extra to sell at the moment. Anything happens, any type of limited water situation that we might have, we will reduce that, either cut it back or completely cut it off until we get to a point where we do have surplus water again. In our evaluation of how much water is used from the bulk water stations, including from the Jackson County source and from the Medford water source, it is less than 1% of our total water use that covers Eagle Point, White City, Central Point, Medford, Jacksonville, Phoenix, Talent, and part of Ashland. So it definitely is a smaller percentage than I think most folks realize, but it's definitely not just there for anything, and it has to be considered surplus water in order for us to sell that water.
And do most municipalities provide this service, like bulk water?
I do. I believe that there are many that do. I don't, off the top of my head, I don't have names, but I believe that it is something that is common.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? Or thank you for this presentation. You guys are doing, those numbers are fantastic. In the way that illegal use is dropping. I think that's great.
Thank you, Commissioner Reeves. That's good to hear.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess maybe we're ready for our next agenda item,
Chair
which
Reeves,
is, yes.
before we jump into the next agenda item, I would just like to introduce for the commissioners, I've talked with some of you about this, our next 3 agenda items are all going to be agenda items with which the department will, or excuse me, the commission will be asked to take action on at the next commission meeting, or in some cases, it may be the commission meeting following that. So I just want to alert you that these next 3 you will be seeing again with a request for an action. So back to you, Chair Reeves.
Thank you. Thanks, Doug. This is an update on OAR Chapter 690, Division 10, and presented by Kelly. Kelly, will you help me with the pronunciation of your last name?
Mines. It's Heinz ketchup with an M.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, welcome to the commission meetings.
Thank you.
And have at it. Take the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Reeves and Commission. For the record, my name is Kelly Mines. I am the policy analyst, rules writer / rules coordinator, one of them. I'm not going to say the one of them for the department. I've been here for a grand total of 6 months and 4 days, but who's counting? So today I will be talking to you about the Division 10 groundwater area update that we've been ongoing since I've got here. So let's go ahead and get into it. Oh, actually, lastly, I would also like to point out that I have Ivan Gall on the call as well, just in case there are any questions that I may not be able to answer. He sure will be. So let's get into this. Oh, am I not sure? I'm sharing them on screen. Sorry, guys, give me 1 second. There we go. Sorry. Nope. Why is this not?
Kelly, that looks good from where I sit.
Oh, it looks like it's showing. Is it showing the presenter or the? Nope, it's not. Okay, got confused. Okay, so let's get in this. What is a CGWA? So a CGWA is a critical groundwater area, and basically what that is the department can go into a basin and designate it a critical groundwater area, and that is authorized by ORS 537.730 to 742. And what those statutes say that there's a list of, I believe, 8 conditions that a basin needs to meet. At least one of them needs to be at least one of these conditions for us to go in and start the declaration process. So an example of that would be a pattern of substantial interference between wells, or maybe excessive groundwater decline within the basin. So if we see something like that, then we may go into the basin and start this declaration. And so what this declaration does, it allows the department to take corrective actions on groundwater use within the basin. So just quick background and history on that. Right, so in 1959, we had our first critical groundwater area. And then between 1959 and 1991, we added 5 new critical groundwater areas with a total of 6 now in the state today. And then in 1991, we updated the statutes that department follows, and our rules were last updated in 1990. And that is part of the reason why we are currently updating these rules today. But I digress. Let's talk about why we need these rules, right? As I said before, our current rules are inconsistent with the with the statute. And the statutory terms need a little bit more clarification. So that's why we're writing these rules, as well as we need that framework that will guide the department for future critical groundwater area designations. Just kind of give you a little bit more context here with this map. We have 6 in red here. This is red. We have the red portions of the map are critical groundwater areas. And then more specifically, I want to point you towards the Greater Harney Valley, which is a classified basin. And why I'm pointing to that, because that is another reason why we need to get these rules adopted in June. It's because we need to start the RAC process in the Harney Basin in April this year. That's because in our Division 512 rules, written last update in 2016, I believe, we said that once we publish a basin study, that we would have to convene a RAC 1 year after that basin study to see if rules need to be updated and changed. So we need to go into that basin. And so we need to get these Division 10 rules because we intend on making the basin a critical groundwater area. So in order for us to do that, we need these Division 10 rules to be adopted in June. Let's talk about our timeline for this rule writing process. So we're well on our way, but we started in December of 2022. We kicked off the Rules Advisory Committee process, the RAC process, and we're getting that through March 2023. On your report, it said that we were having 3 RACs, and one ending in February 16th. Which was last week, we determined with the help of the RAC members that we needed 1 more additional RAC. So we'll be doing that next week, March 2nd, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. So I'll get the coffee brewing for everybody. After that, from April to May, we'll be doing our notice in the bulletin and beginning our public comment period. We're aiming for a 50-day public comment period. And then in May and June, we'll do a quick turnaround to get the staff report ready for the commission. And then in June, on the June 15th or 16th meeting, we're aiming to adopt these rules. So just a little bit more where we're exactly at. So right now we're on the Rules Advisory Committee, the RAC. From there, we'll be going into our notice of proposed rulemaking, so posting to the bulletin, letting all affected parties know, as well as the legislators know. And then we'll be having that 50-day public comment period. And then from there in June, May and June, we'll be preparing a staff recommendation and a staff report, and then bringing it for your decision in June. So the timeline for our RACs. So our first one was in December 5th, 2022. I put a caveat when I say the first one was in December 5th, 2022. We actually had one in December last year, in December 17th, 2021, the original rules coordinator hosted one, and then we postponed it. So this is the first, I like to say, Kelly RAC was December 5th, 2022. And then we had one on January 10th of this year. Last week, we had our third one. And as I said before, we are going for 1 more RAC in March 2nd of next week. So our RAC composition, we have a fairly large RAC. We have 33 members from across all of Oregon. They include city planners, special districts, domestic well users, environmentalists, farmers, non-governmental organizations and interests, as well as tribes. So we have a diverse group of people that have that really have we've had a great conversation of hearing different opinions and really helping us shape and form these rules. And as a person who this is the first time really doing it, 'cause I was an engineer before this, it's been a really great experience to hear and work with Oregonians hand on to really get these rules drafted. Okay. So I just told you what the timeline was. I gave you the background. Let's kind of get into what's in these rules, right? So let's get a little bit into the nuts and bolts, not too deep, but just kind of a surface level. So with these rules, we plan to, one, starting in the left-hand corner here, we plan to repeal the old rules. Is the first thing we need to do because they were adopted in 1990, and again our statutes were updated in 1991, so they no longer are in line with those statutes. And our new rules are going to have a section on definitions, so all the terms that we use in those rules we define that aren't otherwise defined in other chapters of our rules. And then divisions, not chapters, divisions. That's why I made that face for a second. We've got the word. And then we have what's required for a critical ground water area criteria. So what's the criteria for a critical ground water area designation, as well as the statute lays out what needs to be in those rules. There are certain things that we need to provide in the rules. We then have a local government coordination, and then we have a piece on consultation with tribes within the basin. And then these last two are after the rules adopted, and we have designated the basin. So the designation happens after the rules are adopted. Then we can go and initiate the contested case process to order corrective control actions within the basin. So we have a corrective control notification process, and then the actual contested case process. So we kind of spell out step by step what the department must follow and who we need to contact. That's a rather robust system that we're spelling out here. Drafting up, I should say. Okay, so this is very important. So what these rules will not do, right? So they're not creating any new basins or sub-basins that are critical groundwater areas. They are not limiting any groundwater appropriation, and they are not implementing any corrective control provisions. This is simply just administrative rules. It's just the framework that we have to follow if we want to do a critical groundwater area. So again, we're not creating new basins or sub-basins with these rules. Division 10 adoption. With adoption of the Division 10 rules, we're not limiting groundwater, and we are not implementing corrective control provisions. So, and lastly, these last two slides here, we're going to just kind of go and just kind of give you a summary of what each section is, a brief overview. So we have about 7 sections in our rules that deal specifically with the rule writing process, as you can see up top here. So section 100 is the required purpose section from the OER rules. 110 is our definitions. Then section 120 is all the criteria that we need for a critical groundwater area designation to be written in rules. 130 is additional requirements. 140 has to do with our land use planning coordination with affected local governments. 150 has to do with consultation with the federally recognized tribes within the basin. And 160 has to do with who we need to file to, who needs to be notified, that sort of things of that nature. And then 240 is procedures for updating the already existing 6 critical groundwater areas. And then the last set of rules, 170 to 230, has to do with the contested case process, right? So we have the initial notification of proposed corrective actions. Then we have the notice to propose corrective actions. And then we have rules for requests for hearing and petitions for party statuses, as well as the scope of the contested case hearing, the conduct of the contested case hearing, exceptions of the proposed orders, and then final order and rules on the final order imposing corrective actions. So in conclusion, so a critical groundwater area declaration is the only tool right now when it's adopted that the department can use to actually curtail or limit groundwater use within the basin. It's a robust framework that we need to follow for it to do it. We are currently in the Rules Advisory Committee right now, looking for a April public comment period, and then we're looking to have these rules adopted in June the June meeting, 15th or 16th. I am happy to take any questions. Thank you. It's a lot of fun.
Thank you, Kelly. I'm just looking to see if we have any hands up here. Well, I don't see any questions. Oh, yes, I do. Commissioner Mall has a question. And yeah, Commissioner Mall.
And do you mind putting the screen down now so we can all see?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you for bringing such excitement to rulemaking, which I think is desperately needed. Help me understand. I think I get it, because this, I feel like this is a DOJ kind of conversation, but I don't know how, by definition, a critical groundwater area designation is not limiting groundwater appropriation. I think I know, but by its definition, we're saying groundwater is a problem here. We have to limit withdrawals of groundwater, big picture. But I think with the statement that you're made of we are not limiting groundwater appropriation, that's not, we're not going to say we're not going to cut people off that currently have it, or that we're saying there will be steps until we do it. But can you expand upon that a little bit more, and maybe Doug and others can help here too?
Of course, Commissioner. So just to clarify, so when I'm meaning that we're not limiting groundwater, I mean specifically when we adopt Division 10 rules, there is going to be no groundwater limited. But when we go into a basin and follow the framework for Division 10, then they will ultimately end in curtailing of groundwater in the basin. But right now, when we ask you guys to adopt it in June, there's not going to be any groundwater curtailment. Is that clear?
I think so. Can others give some background or broader perspective on this?
I can. Chair Reeves, members of the commission, again, Ivan Gall with the Water Resources Department. What we're doing with the Division 10 rules is updating the rule framework for the department to follow when we go into a basin to create a new critical groundwater area designation. As Kelly pointed out, the Division 10 rules in and of themselves do not create a critical groundwater area. They do not control groundwater use in a basin. Kelly mentioned the Malheur Lakes Basin, or what we typically call the Harney Basin. You guys have been familiar with the basin study that the groundwater sections worked on there with the USGS and all of the collaborative work we've done there. Those Division 512 rules need to be updated. And within that Division 512 rule, that's where a critical groundwater area could be established if we needed to control water use or groundwater use within the Harney Basin there. And so that would be the Division 512 rules coming before the commission for adoption a year from now, perhaps. That would actually be the beginnings of the process to potentially control groundwater use in that basin. So does that help?
So in terms of nesting, Division 10 is the bigger umbrella within which Division 512 operationalizes things.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I follow?
Real fuzzy memory is that it was something like a 50-foot decline within some period of years. What was the trigger for critical groundwater designation? It was some level of decline.
The statutes contain a number of different triggers. The one that we have historically looked to are unsustainable groundwater level declines, as we've seen in some of the basalt aquifer systems, say in the Umatilla Basin. But there can be other impacts to the groundwater resource. Groundwater contamination can trigger a critical area. Geothermal interference can trigger a critical area, or substantial or undue interference with senior surface water rights. So if there's a lot of hydraulic connection between wells, pumping wells, and surface water bodies, springs, streams, or rivers, that can trigger critical area designation as well.
Have we, with all of that in mind, thought about the degree to which this change in Division 10 could get us from 6 current to maybe 3 times that many? in the near-term planning horizon? Is this going to open the door for a lot more critical groundwater area designation discussions, or?
The adoption of the Division 10 rules is one step on that road to additional critical groundwater areas. And as we've been, fairly straightforward with in communication to folks in and outside the agency, there are 3 basins that we have concerns of right now. The Harney Basin, where the study was just conducted. The Klamath Basin is where we have a couple of issues going on there. Unsustainable groundwater level declines are occurring in the project area. And then impacts to senior in-stream determined claims in the upper basin from pumping wells is another potential designation issue there for critical area. And then the Walla Walla subbasin, where we've embarked on a study with the USGS there in cooperation with the Washington Department of Ecology. And Chris Coitz will be speaking later this afternoon on some of that.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you again for the remedial training I always ask for.
Commissioner Quemps and then Commissioner Wolf.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. I think I remember when we talked in late 21, probably, about how the rules were inconsistent with the statute and we needed to develop that consistency. And I want to thank Kelly for the report, and I point back to Director Woodcock's comment about, these information items are important. This agenda in particular, I think, is all, except for minutes, probably is all information items, but these build up to important decisions. And it takes a long time to develop this information, going through these rulemaking processes, and sets us up for decisions in June. So I think it's important that we ask questions here today, or if commissioners aren't prepared for questions, maybe Kelly can preview what the June report will look like a little bit. So we, I anticipate we'll have more questions then, but I do think this is an important item, even though it's not a decision point right now. It certainly puts a lot of emphasis on a June meeting for me. Thank you.
Commissioner Wolf?
Yes, a couple questions. I was just wondering, is the timeline, when will the proposed rules be available for us to look at? And from what I'm hearing, most of these criteria seems reactionary. And just wondering what in this process of updating this has, if any, has been taken to try to create metrics that switch from a reactionary to metrics of the water's declining. To me, these rules suggest by the time we declare it a critical groundwater area, we're already behind the 8 ball. It's already, we're reacting to the negative consequences. Is there anything within these proposed rules that would implement measurements or techniques that could prevent critical groundwater areas from ever being determined?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Wolf, a very, very good question. Again, these Division 10 rules are focused primarily on designation of new critical groundwater areas. And I want to be clear here too, they do, the very last part of these rules do incorporate in some rules as to how we would modify existing critical groundwater areas that have already been set up. So if we need to go back in and make some tweaks, these rules will provide us the structure by which to do that. Commissioner Wolf, what you're getting at, I think, is part of what other staff are looking at. You've heard us talk about the groundwater allocation update. We want to be able to update our processes for allocating new groundwater rights in the state in a more proactive fashion, to do 2 things. 1, to be more protective of senior water right holders, both surface water and groundwater. And 2, to manage our groundwater resources in a more sustainable fashion. So that's going to be the pathway there through the groundwater allocation update, to be more proactive looking forward. the Division 10 rules really are a way to try and remedy basins where we have over allocated too much or have some of those other criteria, geothermal interference, which to my knowledge, we're not suffering from yet anywhere, but the groundwater contamination issues or surface water groundwater issues there that need to be dealt with.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes, I'm wondering if I was correct in thinking that I just saw last week or shortly before that about 2,000 acres of new water rights in Harney being approved. And I was wondering if that was from a backlog of people wanting to get those rights approved before anything went forward with new rulemaking.
I will touch on that a little bit, Commissioner Lee. I will have to go back into the director's report to make sure that you and I are talking about the same thing, but there was an update on the Division 512 Harney Basin report, and in that it talks about permits that had been issued, the more recent permits that had been issued. And in that report, I think the last permit that was issued was in 2019, and then they were all earlier than that. So we have not issued anything in the last 3 or 4 years, and those that did get issued were those that were already in the queue, or there was something in the process about that application that essentially required that it go out the door. But since then, we have not issued anything new. And if Ivan, you know of anything other than that, please speak up here.
Well, thank you for that clarification. I read things fairly quickly trying to get through all of the data. I just wanted to be sure of the facts.
Eric, did you have your hand up, a follow-up, or is that a?
I do. I have another question on this, and that relates to, it may not be in the rules themselves, but I'm wondering what are the department's responsibility in reporting on the implementation of these rules? You know, is that going to be annual or semi-annual? And then how is that reporting responsibility kind of made known to the public, I guess? So we adopt them over time, we're implementing them. I'm assuming there's going to be some kind of progress reports that tell us how it's going and what we're learning from it. So thanks.
Yeah, Chair Reeves, members of the commission, the Division 10 rules do include in the underlying statutes include 2 different time scenarios for updates where the department would go back in and look at designated critical groundwater areas and make a determination if any changes need to be done. And Kelly, I'm going to look to you for the specifics on that. One of them, and I'll try and frame this quickly here. We may just designate a critical groundwater area, and it's possible we wouldn't implement any control provisions. And under that scenario, there's one timeline for updates to the commission in that scenario. If we designate a critical area and then go through the contested case hearing process and implement control provisions, likely to be some groundwater curtailment, that's on a separate reporting time frame that's more frequent. And I think, Kelly, is that every 3 years?
Yeah, every 3 years. And then the previous one you're saying it was every 10 years after adoption of the rules, we check the conditions of the basin to see if the rules are still needed. Correct.
And just to follow up on one of the prior, I think Commissioner Wolf had a question on when will the rules be available. The draft rules are available now. If the commission would like, we can share those with you. It's in a red line type scenario, so you can see them now. The RAC is still working on those rules, and there are likely to be some, certainly some minor changes to them over the next month or so before they get filed with the Secretary of State.
Related to the next time we take this up, I think it will be helpful for us to have a little maybe primer on how this process works. My memory, which you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the establishment, we adopt the rules that say this is how you create a critical groundwater area. That's what Division 10 will do. And then if we adopt one, is there anything about that adoption that's self-executing? Does any constraint happen automatically, or do we have to do, are there no constraints unless we do the further contested case to create constraints within the critical groundwater area?
Chair Reeves, great question. So again, looking forward to a hypothetical basin, once Division 10 is adopted, that's the framework by which we would move forward in a basin. The first step would be for the department to go through a rules update process. So within the basin program rules, in the case of Harney, the Division 512 rules, we would go in and update those rules, clean up some stuff in there that may not be needed. And then we're likely to do a few things. One of the opportunities that we could take advantage of would be to declare a serious water management problem area, as we did in the Walla Walla subbasin for the basalt aquifer system. And that would require water users to measure and report their water use to the department. So if we want to manage a basin, we're going to need to measure the water use there. The next part of the rule update would include the designation of the critical groundwater area boundaries and the framework for why we need that critical area and what potential corrective control measures could be. So we would lay out as an example that the amount of groundwater pumpage is exceeding annual recharge. We're withdrawing groundwater from storage, groundwater levels are declining, and we need to slow that rate of decline. And that would basically be the rules then that the department would bring to the commission for adoption. It creates the boundary, and it might create sub-area boundaries within the critical area itself. And it would talk about the likely corrective control measures that the commission might come forward with in step 2. Now, once those rules are adopted, the department would begin working, if needed, on step 2, and that would be to draft, in my words, a preliminary order. Kelly, help me with the words we're using in the rules. It's a notice of corrective
actions. Yeah.
Yeah, so we would begin drafting an initial notice of corrective action to put people on alert, this is going on, and then eventually draft a notice of corrective action, which would act like a preliminary order, and that would initiate a contested case hearing process. And that's likely going to take a couple of years. It's going to be complicated, a lot of data, a lot of science, and a lot of conflict. But we would go through the contested case hearing. The administrative law judge would issue a preliminary order. The department and the commission would evaluate that order, and then the commission would eventually issue a final order, and that would either carry the day with the regulatory components or the curtailment components of groundwater use, but that is subject to appeal to the Oregon State Court of Appeals.
So so these rules are there's a lot of steps after the adoption of these rules before, as Kelly said, anybody's water use is getting curtailed, I guess. Yeah. Well, that was very helpful. Thank you for us to kind of have the big picture as we're deciding on the first part of the picture. Yeah.
Chair Reeves and members of the commission, Kelly has done a really good job of putting together some flow charts that might be helpful. So once we get those finalized, we could send those out with some draft rules if the commission would like that. And that could help certainly spur further conversation and questions.
Sure. That sounds good. Thank you. All right. I think that concludes this agenda item. Kelly, thank you very much. That was a good presentation, and nice to see you in front of the commission.
Thank you.
We'll see you again.
Thank you, Commission. Yeah.
Oh, and guess what? It's time for a break. So let's come back at 3 o'clock. It'll be a slightly shorter break than what's on the agenda, but let's just do that. All right, it's time for us to resume our afternoon. Our next agenda item is an update on well construction rulemaking with Chris Bird and Laura Hart.
Good afternoon, Chair Reeves, members of the commission. I'm Chris Bird. I'm the manager of the well construction section. I'm here with Laura Hart, our policy analyst and rules coordinator. And I appreciate how interesting that last presentation was. And I don't know we'll be able to beat that. I'm going to try. And I wanted to highlight that I know it's not important to a lot of people, but we've been living House Bill 2145 since 2021 with implementing different phases of this. And it's going to continue on for another, at least until 2024, mid 2024. So yeah, it's in our minds every day. And also just a reminder, I know Doug mentioned it earlier, but this we have a lot of important pieces in our rulemaking that's going to be implemented or supposed to go into effect of July 1st of 2023. So we will be bringing this back to you in June for consideration. So next slide, Laura, please. So this rulemaking, like I mentioned, is in regard to House Bill 2145, which was from 2021, but also House Bill 3030 and 688, which authorizes the department to issue temporary licenses for the spouses of military members. And when I say licenses, I mean drilling licenses. And then also we're hoping to implement a portion of House Bill 4061 dealing with notices of violation and when they can be issued. That bill extended the time frame for notices of violation from 5 calendar days to 10 business days. So, next slide. So one of the components of House Bill 2145 is the fact that that drillers now need to submit exempt use maps and fees when they drill an exempt use well. Previously, the landowner did that when the driller submitted the report. And as we're going through our rulemaking, we noticed that the civil penalties for landowners and drillers who may have the same violation, because if a landowner drills their own well under landowner permit and they don't submit the map or pay the fee, they would be subject to civil penalties. But the penalties were different for drillers. And it's a minor penalty. It's very minimal dollar amount, really. I mean, $50 for a landowner, and right now it's $25 for a driller. But we're looking to add parity there so that they're equal. So we're just looking to raise the penalty for drillers so it's the same as landowners. So $50 for a minor violation, and then $200 for a major, which would match the landowners. So, next slide. So in 2016, there was a rule that was inadvertently deleted due to a clerical error. And part of this rulemaking is also to put that rule back in place. What this rule did is it spelled out where measuring tubes, which that image there shows a measuring tube. It's pretty high-tech drawing, so I hope you appreciate that. But, so it just indicates the driller where these measuring tubes need to be installed as far as location. So in the Mosier area, in the Eola Hills Groundwater Limited area, and in the Peets Mountain area, landowners are required to have these measuring tubes installed when they install or repair a pump. Okay, and then we are also doing other housekeeping measures while we're doing this work, clearing up some spelling issues, grammar, making rules more clear and easy to read, also updating some figures so they're more current, and adding some rules, some figures that are clearer. Some of them have been photocopied or edited so many times they're hard to read. So we want to make sure we have a nice clear figure there. Next slide. So like we talked about before, House Bill 2145 in 2021 is a bill to modernize and increase efficiency within the well construction program. And that's done by preventing deficiencies that can lead to contamination or wasted groundwater. And the bill is also there to protect Oregon's groundwater resources. But another big component of it is to provide the well construction industry with timely assurance, just letting them know that the wells that they're constructing and the well reports they turn in meet state requirements. And that's done by the department performing a review on these reports. Next slide. Another important part of the bill is that there's a new component now if a driller wants to get licensed. And this is separate from the military licensing we talked about before. This is for any applicant that is applying for a drilling license in Oregon. After July 1st, assuming the rules get adopted, drillers will need to supply evidence of welding proficiency to the department. That's been kind of the biggest discussion point really in rulemaking so far, is what exactly that means. And so we're still working on that language. We have one more RAC meeting. I know we'll get there, but it's an important topic for the drillers and for us. Because we need to be able to verify the proficiency that they submit. So in addition, drillers are also now required to submit the exempt use fee in MAP. And if they don't, we will have the ability to take enforcement action. So we're making sure that that's added into our enforcement component of the rules. And then drillers will also be required to pay that exempt use fee. And that also goes, with landowners. Again, if they construct their own well under landowner permit, they would be required to meet those requirements. Next slide. Another big component of 2145 is that we're increasing the notification and information that's required to be reported to the department on a STAR card. STAR cards right now, STAR cards have no expiration date. They can be submitted up until the moment you begin drilling. Starting in July, STAR cards would only be able to be submitted between 60 days and 72 hours prior to well construction starting. And then when the day of drilling, the well constructor would be required to notify the department that they're beginning drilling that day. And so that our inspectors would have the ability to adjust their schedule to go out and be present during the drilling activity. And on these STAR cards, drillers will also be required to notify the department of a proposed seal date on the well. And if that date changes, then they're required to report to us 4 hours in advance of placing the seal, so that our inspectors can be on site during that part of the construction. That is actually the most important part of constructing a well. So it's important for our staff to at least be aware that that's happening so that we can be on site to watch it if we're able to. Well, I just want to make clear too that we're making this as easy as possible, or as easy as we can for the drillers, along with the rulemaking and the other components of 2145. We've been working constantly with our IT folks to develop tools, online tools that drillers could use to submit these notifications to the department. So they can do it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it's as easy as just clicking a few buttons. In addition, like I mentioned before, the department is required to review 100% of the well reports that are submitted for compliance. And then we're required to notify the drillers of any deficiencies that we find during those reviews. And then, of course, we work with the drillers to resolve those deficiencies. In many cases, it's just a typo or maybe a misunderstanding. Maybe something wasn't written the way we would typically see it. And so we work with them to fix those issues so that there's no deficiencies noted in the files. Okay, next slide. So House Bill 3030, like I mentioned, authorizes WRD to issue a 2-year temporary license to the spouses of military members if the spouse is licensed in another state. They would have to call, like I said, they have to hold a current authorization in another state. They have to provide OWRD sufficient proof that their license is in good standing with the other state. And they have to demonstrate competency with Oregon rules, which means they have to take a test and pass our drilling exam. And so, yeah, we think that's pretty reasonable. The licenses are only good for 2 years, and they cannot be renewed. If a driller wants to continue drilling in Oregon after that 2 years, then they're welcome to go through the normal licensing process. Okay, and part of with 3030 was Senate Bill 688, and what that does is just has the department report to the Interim Committee on Veterans about the implementation of this bill. Next slide. So during this rulemaking, we're also taking the opportunity to extend the time period for issuing a notice of violation after the department becomes aware of the violation. Right now, it's 5 days. If the department, like if we're, for example, if we're going out and inspecting a well, the landowner damaged a well or something like that, we'd have 5 days to issue them a notice of violation to bring that well in compliance. And this causes trouble, especially on long weekends or time periods when we're not able to meet the 5-day deadline. So what the bill did was it extended that to 10 calendar days to give us a better opportunity to get the notice out. And so we're just updating the rule to meet statute to change the time period from 5 days to 10 business days. I'll hand it off to Laura Hart now to talk about the rules process.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Just a couple more slides. These will give you an update on our status with the rulemaking process. So our progress to date, we formed a RAC, Rules Advisory Committee, currently consists of 20 members, a pretty good array of interested folks are on that committee. It's been a very well informed and engaged committee. We've had 3 hybrid meetings to date, and I'd say we probably get as much participation in person as we do online. We've got 1 hybrid meeting left scheduled for March 15th. And earlier this week, we also provided an update to the Groundwater Advisory Committee. And we do have 1 RAC member who is also a member of that committee. And then as far as our next steps, we're going to convene that final RAC meeting. We've stepped all the way through our draft rules. We've got 1 more division that we need to step through that mirrors another division, so we don't anticipate any surprises or additional changes that we haven't already discussed. And then we're going to revisit our statement of economic and fiscal impacts. We talked about that at our last RAC meeting, and the RAC had some suggestions for some additions to that statement. So we're going to go back over that with the RAC as well. And then we're targeting April 3rd for noticing in the bulletin, as well as starting our 30-day public comment period sometime during April. And this is at their request as well. We're going to present to the Groundwater Advisory Group. We have a public meeting scheduled for April 27th. That's going to be hybrid, I think on Zoom, most likely, as well as in person in Salem. And then we'll bring our rules back to the commission for the June 15th, 16th meeting in time to meet our effective date of July 1, 2023, which is required by statute. So that's a pretty firm deadline for us on this particular rulemaking. And then just continue the communication and outreach efforts that to make sure that the industry and other interested parties are aware of what's coming with this rulemaking. And then with that, go to questions. And I think I can probably stop share unless there are any questions about slide content.
That would be good, I think, Laura. And maybe we can get them back up there if we need to. Thank you both. That was an excellent, clear presentation. I appreciate it. Questions, comments? Commissioner Mall?
Just curious if in the upcoming work between now and June, you anticipate any issues arising that may give us all pause on what seems like some straightforward, great work, great collaborative work with the people on the ground, very equitable. But any issues that are bubbling below the surface, potentially?
No, sure. Really, the only thing that not really a sticking point, but we've had most discussions I think we're very close on language. We have the next meeting, and I think probably spend a good majority of our time on that welding component.
Chris, could you come closer to your mic? Maybe we're losing your voice. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. The only thing is welding proficiency piece. We've had a lot of discussion on that at the RAC meetings, but I think we'll be able to come to an agreement on that at our next meeting. And I don't think it'll be anything that rises to something the commission needs to be concerned about, or it'll be any issue. I think we'll be able to resolve it before the commission meeting next. I'm at our next RAC meeting actually.
Other questions or comments? I do not see any hands up. You guys covered everything. Thank you very much. Good presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll see you in June. So we're a little bit early for our next item. Chris, do you, I'm looking to see if Chris Cowitz is on yet, and whether, or maybe Doug, whether we're ready to go. Or should
I think we are. Let me go look to see if Chris is available here.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Just checking my mic. This is Tom Ted with the Department of Ecology.
Welcome. Your mic is doing well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think I'm good.
That's good. Perfect.
Sorry about that. My computer screen was just, I had the blue wheel of death there. So I'm not sure what was going on.
It's a bad time for
I
that.
thought it was Nirvana not letting me in, but I think that was my own computer not functioning as it should have been. So apologies for being a little tardy.
Oh no, we're actually early, so you weren't tardy. You're fine.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So do you want to just take it away, Chris, and
Yeah.
do some introductions?
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen. Let's see, hopefully that worked. Are you seeing the panel member screen, hopefully?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yep. Mhm.
So, Chair Reeves, members of the commission, I am very happy to be here with you this afternoon to provide an update on integrated water resource planning in the Walla Walla Basin. My name is Chris Coitz. I'm the North Central Region Manager for the department. I work in our Pendleton office. I'm very privileged to be joined by this esteemed panel of individuals that I have the honor of working with weekly, sometimes daily, depending on what's happening in the basin, but very appreciative of their willingness to join this afternoon. We are all disappointed to not be with you in person as we had planned, but last minute scramble, happy to be here this afternoon, happy they were able to join us. So maybe have Anton start, and then we can just go down the list as it appears on the screen.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Chair Reeves, members of the commission. My name is Anton Kiono, and I work on habitat conservation and in-stream flow restoration for the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. And I have the great fortune of being based out here in Pendleton, Oregon, not too far from Mr. Coitz.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name's Brooke Beeler. Thanks for the opportunity to discuss our work in the Walla Walla Basin with the department's North Central Region and the Umatilla Tribes. I am the Eastern Region Director for the Washington Department of Ecology. Our agency administers more than 170 regulations aimed at preserving, protecting, and enhancing Washington's environment, including the illustrious 1917 Surface Water Code and 1945 Groundwater Code, which brings us here before you today. Approximately 70% of our biennial budget of $2 billion is passed through to local communities, and we make investments that clean up formal industrial pollution, restore natural functions of rivers and floodplains. We protect air quality and water quality, and then we also support water supply and infrastructure projects, which kind of is a perfect segue to Mr. Tebbs.
Thank you, Brooke, and good afternoon, Chair Reeves and members of the commission. Like my panel members, we're just thrilled to be here today and really try to demonstrate to you the great collaborative work the state of Oregon and the state of Washington and the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation have been working on, kind of really applying some thoughts about how we can make things better in the basin, the Walla Walla Basin, and plan for a changing climate while trying to keep our agricultural base strong. So with that, I think we'll get started.
Great, thank you. So I can get there we go. So this is just a brief overview of some of the highlights of our presentation for you this afternoon. So we're going to start with some history in the basin, cover some of the significant water law determinations and rules that impact our ability to work together and manage and regulate water in the basin. There's a particular agreement that stemmed off of a lawsuit or the threat of a lawsuit in the late 90s and early 2000s that we'll touch on, that has a significant impact and has had a significant impact on water planning and water regulation in the basin. And then we'll fast forward more to a current time, a retrospective of water planning, and then development of a 30-year strategic plan, and then kind of a look ahead of where we are now. And so, we had originally envisioned, as I mentioned, doing this in person, kind of passing the baton back and forth, and we'll try to make that as less awkward as we can, acknowledging we're not in the same room. So there may be an awkward pause here or there as we make sure that we are hitting on all the points on our slide deck that we want to. But yeah, let's get started. I'm going to hand it over to Anton to lead us off.
Thank you. Yeah, so some context. First of all, I want to assure you that you're not lost and we're not lost. The Walla Walla is in fact an Oregon basin. In fact, it's an Oregon and Washington basin, as you can see on the map here. The state line kind of goes right through the center of it. It's also a basin that is smack in the middle, I might add, of the homeland of the Umatilla tribes. Next slide, please. And it's a very important basin to the Umatilla tribes. Now, the Umatilla tribes are a confederation of 3 different tribes, the Umatilla, Cayuse, and the Walla Walla. And a treaty was signed with these 3 tribes and the federal government in 1855 in the Walla Walla Basin on the banks of Mill Creek, actually in present day city of Walla Walla, Washington. Among other things, in this treaty, it reserved to the tribes the rights to hunt and fish at all usual and accustomed stations. Now, salmon and fishing for salmon was of tremendous importance to the tribe's culture and traditions since time immemorial. However, sadly, not more than about 50 years after the signing of that treaty, spring Chinook salmon went extinct in the Walla Walla Basin as a result of this development of the water resources of the Walla Walla for outer stream uses. And so, as our presentation continues today, my colleagues will talk to you a little bit more about some of the foundation and the water law that took hold after the treaty and sort of perpetuated this development of outer stream water resources that has kind of led us to where we are today. And so with that, I think I'll hand it over to Chris to start telling you more about that.
Thanks, Anton. I found a cover of a state engineer's report to the governor of Oregon from the early 1900s that I'm going to touch on in the next slide, but just wanted to illustrate this kind of grainy cover, but to illustrate the point that water resource issues have long been an issue that we've been thinking about and talking about in the basin. So for the Oregon side of the basin, we have some of our oldest water rights are from the 1860s. There were multiple adjudications in the basin starting in the early 1900s into the 1930s. As I mentioned, there were various state engineers reports to the governor's office detailing water resources. And what I wanted to talk about in our presentation today is as early as the 1920s, the state engineer was identifying that water resources had been fully allocated during the summer months and that there was no longer flow in the Walla Walla River during the summer that was available for future appropriations. So water availability and reliability has been an issue when we're thinking about the construct of water rights for almost 100 years now. Also, a significant determination that was decided upon in the 1930s was, as we refer to in the basin, Oregon versus Washington, and the crux of this case was brought by the state of Washington, basically arguing that Oregon was obligated to send water across the state line. Went to the U.S. Supreme Court. The U.S. Supreme Court decided that Oregon was not obligated to send any water over the state line. And that has, since then has had an impact on how we think about management in the basin. And then fast forwarding a little bit more to something that may be familiar with some of the commissioners here, talking about groundwater declines in the basin, both in the alluvial and the basalt aquifer. In the alluvial system, we've seen manipulation of the distributary network that used to recharge the alluvial system over time. Anton's going to talk about that U.S. Fish and Wildlife case in the upcoming slides here shortly. But as a result of that issue, it led to a lot of efficiency projects, which we would think of to be very positive in the basin. And what that had led to is an exacerbation of alluvial groundwater declines, because that kind of passive recharge through irrigation efficiency projects, kind of an unintended consequence of that efficiency work that we've done. And so we've seen this kind of perfect storm that's led us to the important work that we're doing today around surface water declines and those sources not being as reliable as they have over time, thinking about additional pressures in the basin, climate change, et cetera. And then past management practices and decisions that have led to our groundwater resources really declining, and in some cases quite significantly. And as the commission may recall, in the 2015, 16, and 17 date ranges, there was a rulemaking on the Oregon side that did two things. It classified the groundwater resources, both the alluvial and the basalt resources, so that any future use was limited to exempt uses only. And then the swampland designation required basalt water right holders to install metering measurement devices, document and report their use to the department. So this is a graphic just to kind of drive home the complications of water management in the Walla Walla Basin, albeit it's a relatively small basin, even in the north central region compared, spatially to other areas that we manage. But as you can see here, there's a lot packed into a really small area. So in a lot of basins around the state, there may be one adjudication and decree that controls and it dictates our management or the vehicle for which certificates were later issued. And as you can see in the Walla Walla Basin, we have a lot of previous adjudications and decrees. And some of these areas, I know this map isn't great as it doesn't have a lot of landmarks, but Milton Freewater is probably right in this vicinity. And then this is the kind of the where a lot of the agriculture water development has taken place. And so you can see overlying that are these different adjudications, which often have different rules around when irrigation can take place and how much water people can apply to their lands, and they're managed separately in this vacuum in a system that we know is not does not operate that way, kind of in a natural system standpoint. And so just to drive home, it's just one illustration of a very complicated basin, and that doesn't even begin to tackle the fact that it's only part of the basin. And so that's a great segue to Brooke, who's going to talk about some water rights issues in Washington.
Thanks, Chris. So a similar framework in the state of Washington. We also have rights that date back to 1857. We have multiple adjudications between 1919 and 1953. That court case that Chris mentioned, Oregon versus Washington, essentially, our adjudications don't play nicely with one another. And another important factor, even though at that time Washington wanted Oregon to be obligated to send water across the state line, we now have a pretty decent understanding that our current framework wouldn't really let us protect that water at this time anyways. And I think Anton's going to get into that a little bit later. So that's an important component as well. And then we also we have groundwater, deep basalt groundwater blocks and the shallow alluvial sources. We don't see the declines on our side of the border in those deep basalts, but we have some interesting case law to share with you that sort of complicates how we mitigate for new water rights and manage permit exempts or those domestic wells. We have a Supreme Court case called Foster versus Ecology, which is about mitigation, and it must be in kind, in time, and in place, essentially drop for drop in the same place, which will play a part in our future decision making. And then we have the Hearst versus Whatcom County, and that's colloquially known as the Hearst decision. It was heard statewide for us several years ago, and that's that domestic wells or those permit exempt aren't actually exempt from legal water availability determinations, and that counties have some responsibility for making that determination. That issue was corrected by Washington's legislature in 2018, and most counties that had some sort of in-stream flow or a reservation for permit exempt wells were directed to plan for and account for those new domestic uses. So with all of that said, that new law didn't actually apply in the Walla Walla because we had this in-stream flow rule that was adopted in 2007. And during that rulemaking, we actually had the foresight to set up a mitigation bank for the alluvial aquifer to account for any new uses there. And so that in-stream flow gives a water right to the river with a priority date of rule adoption. So 2007, which isn't that great considering we have rights that date back all the way to 1857. So we've kind of thrown all the tools that we have out, and we're looking to adopt some new ones. And my next slide, Chris, is also a map of just how complicated these adjudications are across the state line. And you can see the little light yellow colored one that covers the state line essentially is probably the most difficult because they don't actually work across the state lines. So next slide.
Thanks, Brooke. I think Anton's going to take it from here.
So I think there are many chapters in the saga that is the Walla Walla Basin, and I think the early chapters after the treaty was signed was the development of these outer stream water uses, and really the establishment of a framework of water law in both states that really facilitated that. But unfortunately, it was a pendulum swing way to one extreme. And in the late 90s, we began to see the pendulum start swinging the other way, but again, in an extreme nature that also wasn't good for the basin. And it was the Endangered Species Act that really precipitated this, specifically some listings in the late 90s that affected the Walla Walla Basin. And that was a listing of bull trout and mid-Columbia summer steelhead. And so in the late 90s, as a result of these listings, we had U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service come into the basin and contend that there had been a take of these listed species by some of the irrigation districts in the basin on both the Oregon side and the Washington side. And as a result of this, the Fish and Wildlife Service prepared to move forward with a penalty action against these districts. Next slide, please. And so by 2000, the service had worked together with these irrigation districts to enter into the civil penalty settlement agreement, which basically stipulated that the districts would agree to maintain certain bypass flows in the Walla Walla River during the summertime. And as a result, be able to avoid take in violation of the ESA. So as a result of this, the two largest Oregon irrigation districts left 25 CFS in the Walla Walla during the summer. Of course, Oregon is the upstate basin, so they left this water in, water flowed downstream, and the large Washington district was required to leave 18 CFS instream during the summer. However, this was just an agreement between the irrigation districts and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which, as it turns out, led to some trouble because it didn't include all relevant parties. Next slide, please. And so this is sort of an underlying theme I think you might see emerge today in our presentation, that this lack of coordination with the states and what was going on at the Walla Walla really set us up for some problems going forward. And so I think these bypass flows and the civil penalty settlement agreement were a great example of this. The Fish and Wildlife Service didn't coordinate with ecology, didn't coordinate with Oregon Water Resources Department. So these bypass flows were not protected under the state water law frameworks. And as a result, they were available to any other diverters who were out there and had water rights. And as you can see in this map here, when that water crossed the state line into Washington, all those little triangles are surface diversions in the Walla Walla Basin. There are many, many thirsty straws out there. And so, as you know, prior appropriation doctrine, Western water law, use it or lose it. If you have a water right and there's water at your head gate, you need to use that to keep your water right valid. And so that's exactly what we saw as a result of the civil penalty settlement agreement with these ESA actions. The water was left in stream by our large irrigation districts, but it was unprotected. So it just went a little bit farther downstream and ended up in the river being dried up in a different place, which was certainly not the intent of the services. It was not what the tribes hoped for when we were looking for in-stream flow restoration and fisheries restoration. And it certainly wasn't what the big irrigation districts wanted to see when they were making a sacrifice and leaving their water in stream for fisheries. They weren't very excited to see that water just go a little bit farther downstream and get pulled out. So it really, I think it set up a teachable moment for the basin going forward. And really that sort of led us to our water planning chapter that we embarked upon in earnest, I think, after the early 2000s. And for that, I think I'll turn it over to Brooke and Mr. Ted.
Yep. So as Anton shared, we've gone through several different processes. For many years, we've worked through these collaborative planning processes in hopes of improving water management. But it just seems that each time we just didn't have the right mix of folks at the table collaborating together. I'm going to skip over that first one really quickly. So 2008, 2009, the Washington State Legislature created a pilot program to elevate local leadership and decision-making in the hopes that giving them some flexibility outside of Washington State's water law might result in some measurable in-stream flows for farms and fish. And during that time, ecology sort of sat on the back burner as they explored different ways to try and get water in stream. So the Walla Walla Watershed Partnership managed a local water bank. They managed that groundwater mitigation bank that I mentioned. And then they also looked into this feasibility study at the top of your list here in hopes that maybe this might be the meal ticket for getting flows back in stream. And so that first one is this feasibility study was spearheaded by the U.S. Army Corps, and it looked into how to deliver a large water infrastructure project into the basin that would remove some of the major surface water diversions in the main stem. And so we refer to that as the bi-state flow study. So towards the end of the partnership's tenure, they were working really hard on the bi-state flow study. And once it sunsetted, that's where the Office of Columbia River really stepped in to work into a more integrated planning approach. So I'll let Tom take it from here.
Yeah, thanks, Brooke. Yeah, we were actually requested to come down in the basin around 2017, about the time where I think the partnership and the tribe and others were kind of frustrated with where their progress was. In particular, we were asked by the tribe to see at the Office of Columbia River, which let me just give you a quick snippet of what we are. We're a water supply development office within the Department of Ecology that is given resources, i.e. financial resources and some staffing, to look at these complex water resource issues and determine whether there's opportunities there to develop additional water supply for both people and for fish, kind of thinking long term. And so we were invited into the basin in 2017. We funded what's called a bi-state flow study, which is a sort of the next chapter in the feasibility study that the Army Corps had looked at, but also not only looked at what we would call a pump exchange or irrigation diversion replacement from the Columbia River, but also the opportunity for potentially a reservoir in the Blue Mountains in the state of Oregon to try to augment and capture some of these really flashy flows that happen in the basin. The basin is known for it's either got too much water at the, or it's doesn't have enough. And so there's an opportunity there to look at trying to manage that in a way that still allows for channel forming processes, but can maybe take off the tip of that hydrograph or it doesn't cause damages, and we can store that water for later. Was really provided the integrated water resource strategy, and that's really what the Walla Walla Water 2050 plan is. It was directed by the Washington State Legislature for my office to work with Brooke and her team in water resources and with the tribe and with the state of Oregon to develop a long-term water resource strategy that looks at not just water supply, but water quality, flood hazard protection, riparian corridors, habitat, fish passage, to really try to look at all of the complexities in a basin and sort of strategically approach them. And we were successful. We were able to form, and you'll see here in a moment, some in the future slides, an opportunity to form a local basin advisory committee that really helps shape and guide the work here. So we're really excited about this work, and we're excited about the partnership with with our partners here on the call today. Next slide.
Okay, so I'm just gonna give a little brief context and some backstory on what we call our Tri-Sovereign team or committee, and the kind of the executive leadership that's embodied in that. And so around the same time that Tom mentioned that OCR was asked to come into the basin, this idea that some executive level leadership within the three organizations would come together quarterly, more often if necessary, to help guide and answer questions of stakeholders in the basin, to give direction to the respective entity staff on priorities and how to move some of these issues forward. And so the Tri-Sovereign kind of executive team has continued to meet with some regularity, even during COVID, to provide some feedback, to kind of pick up these issues and examine them and figure out where do we have some alignment that the three governments can agree to lean in and move some of these issues forward, and be honest where there's opportunities or there's issues where we need to continue to work and collaborate together to find those solutions. And so we're very lucky. Embedded in this group in front of you today is the executive leadership team, either on the panel or otherwise engaged in this presentation. So the leadership team includes Mr. Quimps from CTOIR, and then Mr. Woodcock as the director of OWRD, and then kind of split duty in ecology between Brooke and Tom on the executive leadership committee. And so this group is really instrumental for folks like me, and I'm going to loop Anton into this conversation too, because we're out working on the ground, working with stakeholders in the basin, and we often need to go back to our decision makers and policy makers within the agency to make sure that what we're doing aligns with where the agencies want us to be working. And so there's a lot of outside the box thinking, both inside the agencies, the governments, and issues brought to us by stakeholders in the basin. And so it's important that we are able to give as close to real-time feedback to the basin as these issues come up. So we want to find ways to stimulate that thinking, and also provide some sideboards so the basin isn't getting some momentum behind an issue that would somehow run afoul of state law or policy directives from one of these governments. So that is the tri-sovereign executive team, and that I wanted to kind of lay this out because this is also important when we start talking about structure of the advisory committee and other kind of governance that we have set up in the basin. So back what seems like an eternity ago at this point in 2021, then Director Byler, as well as other people that I mentioned, we got together and we tried to identify, these are pretty high level goals for the basin. So what are the governments hoping these planning efforts and the really the on the ground work that we're in the midst of, like what are we hoping that achieves for the basin? And so we came up with these 6 or so kind of objectives and goals for the work that we're doing that kind of guide us when we think about how do these different discrete issues or projects fit into the broader goals of the governments. And so this is a list that we came up with, and it's kind of touches on a number of things, fisheries recovery, conjunctive management between the states, and so issues that we know are important, issues that are very difficult to work through, like bi-state water management, something we know is very important, but is very complicated, and we're really right in the midst of that right now. So that's just a kind of a very high level overview of the tri-sovereign group and some of the priorities and goals that we set a couple of years ago. So I'm going to turn it over to Tom now to talk about the development of the strategic plan.
Well, I'm going to let Brooke, I think, take this first slide.
Sorry.
And then I'll take the next one.
All right, great.
Sure. So back in 2019, we pulled together a large community group to ask what their vision was for the Walla Walla Basin. And from that, we pulled together sort of a 30-year integrated approach for water management in the basin. So although that big anchor project and talking about getting flow in stream was one of the big goals, we also talked a lot about what does it mean to also restore floodplain habitat? What does it look like to improve water quality? How can we incorporate all of these goals into one plan that also brings sustainable water supply for fish and for communities that are in the basin? So we broaden the conversation. We have a broader variety of agricultural stakeholders in the basin. We have folks from both Oregon and Washington participating in this effort. And we got through a planning process during COVID, believe it or not, and came up with a 30-year strategic plan that employs some strategies for getting water in stream.
Thanks, Brooke. Next slide. So, we use this idea of an integrated water resource strategy because of some of our successes in the Yakima Basin. And I don't know if you've heard of the Yakima Basin Integrated Plan and the work we're doing there to restore fisheries and water supply. but really trying to take that model and apply it in the context of the Walla Walla Basin was really kind of exciting because it's smaller. The issues are not as dramatic, and while they're dramatic, they're still not as big as some of the challenges we have in the Yakima. And the scale of the opportunity to kind of remedy things is, I think, attainable as compared to what we're trying to do in the Yakima Basin, where we're talking about a 30-year, $4 billion plan. I think in the Walla Walla Basin, we're talking about a 30-year, maybe $500 billion plan. So, I think this is doable. We've done it in a different way. We've done it in the Walla Walla way, I think I should say, where we're working with both states and the tribe and all of the key stakeholders there. As Brooke said, we did this over a 2-year period, largely over virtual, unfortunately virtual. That first slide where you saw that conference where we had a lot of people sitting around tables, that was really our first kickoff. And then after that, of course, COVID hit and we had to do that. To mention is that this process is driven by consensus decision making. The previous process under the watershed partnership management plan was a voting process, and so there were votes that were cast in ways that didn't necessarily support an interest versus another interest. And I think what's important about these kinds of strategies is that everyone can see themselves in a strategy. They may not get everything that they want, but they'll get something. And why that works is that it allows everyone to kind of move together, and it allows everyone to support one another's interests in a way that maybe they hadn't before. So we identified over 50 strategies and 5 separate key focus areas. And the group represents, as I think Chris had mentioned and Brooke had mentioned, a very diverse group of representation. Next slide. So the product essentially is this plan. It was published in June of 2021. I welcome you to take a look at it. It's got some very simple layout in terms of icons and what's doable, what costs more, what's what is going to need a regulatory fix, and really helped us kind of shape the future and really prepare ourselves for where we are today in terms of introducing state legislation and things of that sort that we'll speak to in a moment. But I wanted to go on to the next slide and just kind of give you a sense that we were able to brand ourselves. This was, again, the partnership through the Basin Advisory Committee developed a outreach committee and has worked on, outreach materials. This is our brand that we'll be using for this work that represents the community. And I will ask Chris to take the next slide.
Thanks, Tom. So we did an incredible amount of work, all virtually to develop the strategic plan, as Tom mentioned. And we knew that was just phase 1 of a kind of multifaceted process in the development of a strategic plan. So we got the plan done. We got submitted to the Washington legislature as was needed. And then we thought, well, what do we do now? Now we need to pivot towards how do we implement this plan? And so we took a little, there was some space in between submitting the strategic plan and then kind of thinking what we were going to do next. And so as we were pivoting towards kind of phase 2 or implementation of the plan, we started thinking about, well, the Strategic Plan Advisory Committee was a really good model, and we thought worked really well to incorporate kind of diverse interests, both in both states, a wide variety of consumptive users, irrigators, conservation or in-stream flow interests. And how can we take what we liked of the Strategic Plan Advisory Committee and kind of reshape it into an advisory committee that would cover, again, both states, diverse interests, and would help us, the sovereign, the tri-sovereign group, with implementing the strategic plan. And so we, after lots of back and forth on nomenclature, we came up with the Walla Walla Basin Advisory Committee, a very similar structure to what the Strategic Plan Advisory Committee consisted of, where we have irrigation interests, ag interests, state, local, federal, tribal governments. We have we even have like a quality of life representative now who, and community development. So we have this very wide group of people that represent a very diverse interests in the basin that are part of the advisory committee. And so really what we've asked this committee to do is take a look at the strategic plan and provide the Tri-Sovereign committee with policy and project advice. Like, how do we implement this plan? What are the priorities of the basin? How can we help the implementers in the basin be successful by supporting each other? What are the roles of the states and the tribe? How do we bring a federal partner in? We know that if we're going to get a big project built into the basin, we need to get the federal government in and engaged in some of these planning activities. And so that was kind of the driving force in pivoting from the strategic plan development to this implementing that plan that we came up with. And we really are leaning heavily on the advisory committee to help us with that implementation. So as I mentioned, it is being led by the Tri-Sovereign, the Tri-Sovereigns that are here before you today. But we see ourselves more as the group that helps facilitate, how can we help bring funding in? How can we, it is on us to solve the bi-state management issue. And so that's obviously going to help our implementers be successful as well.
Yeah.
So this was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, please go ahead, Tom.
No, I was just going to mention, what we're doing here and how the work is happening in terms of this, as you've mentioned, we've evolved into this newer group. We're working closely with that group. We've got a variety of projects that are going on that have currently been funded that we're working collectively together, and we'll talk about those in a moment. But again, just want to underscore this notion of consensus-based governance, because it was not that way in the basin before. And it was a really kind of I think a social change for folks to get out of the parliamentary process and get into a consensus-based decision-making process. I think we achieved that. But you still have to tend that relationship, and you have to spend time with the community and the interests that are at the basin at the table there to make sure that they feel like their voices are heard. So education outreach is going to be a big part of this, solicitation of feedback about how we're doing this, working within the partnerships to build those relationships and those connections. Sorry about that, Chris.
Nope.
Next slide. So real quickly, just getting to the Tri-Sovereign's role that Chris had mentioned, we look to the Basin Advisory Committee to, give us advice on policy direction. But ultimately, it's the states and the tribes that are going to have to make key decisions. We coordinate those decisions, of course, with the respective governor's offices and our respective organizations, whether it's Oregon Water Resources Department and commission like yours, or within the Department of Ecology. I report to, and so does Brooke reports to Laura Watson, our director, who subsequently we have to report to the governor's office. So we have key points where we'll have to engage our respective leadership, and we'll do that, particularly around the bi-state water management options that could be developed, because it'll require, as Chris mentioned, some coordination with the federal government and possibly even Congress if we are to, direct a federal. But we also, the Tri-Sovereign's role also provides that technical and policy guidance to the staff. They're working these issues every day who have questions about what their tasks are, or how far they need to go on a certain task. And so we provide that support as well. Next slide. We're almost done here, folks. So we're getting into the home stretch.
Hey, Tom, I just want to give Doug,
slide,
Doug, I want to give Doug or Eric just a quick opening here. If there's anything that you want to add before we pivot away from the kind of the Tri-Sovereign Executive Committee or the Tri-Sovereign's roles in any of this. I kind of putting you on the spot, but I don't want to lose an opportunity if there's anything that you want to provide for the good of the order on that issue.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. I do
for sure.
not have
Absolutely
anything to add beyond what you are already providing here. This is a very nice, comprehensive overview of this work.
Same for me, Chris. I appreciate it, but I think there's enough detail here and a good presentation. So I think you should go ahead with it. Thanks.
All righty. All right, Tom, back to, let's see, who is this?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit all of us on the
All right.
next slide, but I'll start it off. That's really what we're trying to achieve right there. You know, a healthy, vibrant, watershed with plenty of water. A little bit about the, as part of Columbia River focus on its tasks is that this project is important. And so I needed some additional legislation to direct the Department of Ecology, Office of Columbia River to do this work. And so that's a little bit of what we're doing there. Next slide, please. Sorry, we're kind of lost here. There we go. So what we had is we introduced, we worked with the local 16th district legislators in the state of Washington to introduce a House Bill 1322 with Representative Rude, and of course, Representative Clicker and Senator Dozier. And gosh, we're just, we're moving through our state legislative process. It's gotten through the House committee. It's gotten through a House Capital Budget Committee. It's currently in rules. And so we're very excited about this legislation. And really what's important about this legislation is not only it directs us to work through this implementation plan, but it also directs us to work with the state of Oregon and the tribe to develop a bi-state water framework. So this isn't about all of the water rights that you'd heard in the previous discussion and the presentation. We can't undo water law. We can't undo sort of what's been done. But if we build infrastructure, or if we're able to bring new water into the basin, we want to be able to protect that water in a way that for the purposes that it was intended for, whether that's for fish or whether that's for people. And so it was really critical that we get in this legislation, and I think mirrored in the Oregon legislation, a requirement of our two organizations to develop a strategy and take that strategy to our respective leadership and legislative bodies for review and approval by 2025. So, but to do that, we also want to know we need to have good science. And so we've been working, the two states have been working to fund a USGS groundwater study in the basin, and we're really excited about the progress we're making there. And I'll let Anton and Chris add some additional detail to this slide.
Great, thank you, Tom. Yeah, no, that's a great summary of things on the Washington end, and that's been so important to this that we have both states buy-in on moving forward to do this collaboratively across the two states. Our senator out here, Senator Bill Hansel's, has been terrific, has a great relationship with the tribes, and he always checks in with the tribes. I want to help on the wall. What can I do? Well, Senator, we need Washington. We need legislation in Washington. We have to do this together. And true to form, this spring, Senator Hansel checked in with the tribes. I want to do something on wall. What can I do? So, well, I'm happy you asked, because Washington has just introduced the bill we need. Would you be willing to carry a counterpart piece of legislation in Oregon? And he said, you bet. And as of Tuesday, we actually have the bill introduced, Senate Bill 956. So we're very excited about that. And I look forward to that, navigating the legislative process here in Oregon as well as a counterpart, what Tom and broker shepherding through in Olympia. So exciting times, I think.
Yeah, thanks, Anton. And yeah, we just saw the bill language just came out, as Anton mentioned yesterday, and so we are reviewing that bill language in good communication with the senator's office on how to move that piece of legislation forward. The other thing, I just want to quickly touch on a couple other things on this slide, then we'll move on. The bi-state water management framework piece is we're kind of hammering on that, but for very good reason, because it really is one of the most significant and critical pieces of the work that we're working on collectively in the basin. Without a way for the states to co-manage, as Tom mentioned, this new water supply, if we were able to do that, and manage our existing groundwater resources, for example, conjunctively in a way that is looks beyond some of our kind of rigid adjudications and looking towards ways that we may be able to manage that resource more effectively across the state line. There's a whole array of options that lay before us. Some sort of joint agreement that, would just be between the states all the way up to a compact that would have to be approved at the federal level. And so we are kind of right in the middle of that. Dave Christensen with the Department of Ecology and his staff have done a lot of research on looking at other compacts in the West. Are there similarities, or are there things that we can use that have already been done, not reinvent the wheel necessarily? And then so that's kind of on the policy legal side of bi-state water management development. The other thing that we're doing is we're bringing our technical staffs together. We know that we're going to need data and good data to make future decisions on bi-state water management and development of some framework. And so we have a lot of different efforts that are currently ongoing, but we're taking a more specific look at the data and our understanding of these resources, and on both sides of the state line, looking for opportunities to share some of the lessons learned. On the Oregon side, we have a number of our groundwater staff have spent a significant amount of time developing a monitoring network in Oregon. How can we share that data collection, the database, for example, and some of the trials and tribulations of working with landowners to get access to monitor their well. And so we're kind of working on all fronts as it relates to bi-state water management framework. But this data piece we know is very important. We've all acknowledged that whatever future decisions that we make really need to be well rooted in data, in the science of what our technical staffs can provide us as we move forward and make these difficult and very significant policy decisions. And to that end, as Tom mentioned, we are right in the middle of a USGS groundwater study. We are entering in the year 3, I believe. We're still out in the field doing collecting data. Our teams were just out there 2 weeks ago, as a matter of fact, collecting data throughout the watershed that will be used for the study. And so we're hoping to have that data collection effort wrapped up later this year, maybe early 2024. And then the work of the GS really begins in drafting the final report, which we hope will be published sometime in 2025. So, and that just to continue to reiterate the kind of collaborative nature of our work. That's a study. We were funded for the study in Oregon only. It was a legislative package that we received, and we reached out to the Department of Ecology in Washington and said, hey, we have money for a USGS groundwater study in the Walla Walla. Doesn't make a lot of sense to only do that in Oregon. And much appreciation to Department of Ecology, jumped right on, and it's been a great partner ever since then in moving that study forward. I think these are yours, Tom. If you and Anton, if my notes are correct.
Yep, I think the next one's here. I'll quickly get to where folks can ask questions, but and building on that USGS work, we're also furthering the work on the bi-state flow study around evaluating these water supply projects that I mentioned earlier. A Columbia Basin or a Columbia River Pump Exchange project, which would actually change bucket for bucket, irrigation diversions that are happening in the Walla Walla. We would just essentially take that water, leave it in the river, and then bring Columbia River water up into the basin and at those diversions. So kind of a bucket for bucket exchange, and we're looking at that. And as I mentioned, there's also a reservoir in the Pine Creek and Warm Springs areas that we're looking at as well. And I needed to get specific legislative authority to be able to spend Washington state money in legislation passed before we can make some more of that. We work together as the Tri-Sovereigns to apply for a Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart Basin Study grant. I think you all have seen those before in your state. I think the Hood River did a basin study with reclamation and possibly a few others. We're excited to say that we were awarded $500,000 from the Bureau of Reclamation, and the Office of Columbia River will be providing the comparable match for another $500,000 for a $1 million study that we're really just getting started on, but it also will provide some a higher level of review and input from the federal agencies that, are really charged to do this kind of work, and help make sure that we didn't miss anything. There isn't any opportunity that we missed, and to make sure those water supply projects goals are met. And then, of course, there's other water user objectives that I'll let Anton speak to briefly, and we'll move on.
Yeah, I think this is, as has been mentioned several times already, the Yakima Basin Integrated Plan is really something of a template, I think, for what we're trying to do here. Now, granted, we're a small and cheap basin. We only need $500 million to $1 billion for our water infrastructure project. But even so, that's going to take some political support and some support from the community and basin stakeholders broadly. So we want to make sure that whatever we're doing here is something that works for the whole basin together. And so we're really trying to figure out what that looks like for other stakeholder groups. Now, certainly the tribe's interest is predominantly streamflow restoration and salmon restoration, but we're also members of the community and want to be good community members and want to work together with the other community members to find something that accommodates them. So that's been very much a part of this very multiple objective focus.
All right, great. I think Brooke and I will quickly work through this. I'll take the first bullet here. So we do have some, I guess I'd back up quickly. COVID, as it did for all of us, threw some wrenches into our plan around public engagement and opportunities to have we work with this group in the advisory committee, but we haven't had a lot of opportunities to get out in the basin, talk about this work, answer questions of people that aren't as engaged in these issues. And so we're very excited in 2023, we're starting to re-engage on some of that outreach work. And so we do have a couple things scheduled coming up. We have a USGS groundwater workshop that's scheduled for next Tuesday at 6 p.m. in Milton Freewater at the community college. So we're very excited. We're going to have our technical teams, folks from the USGS there presenting on the basin study, providing updates. And during that, and also separate initiatives within the basin, are outreach to the significant water users. Well, not just significant, other water users in the basin. We need additional data to make our USGS study and the models and assumptions that are made during that as tight as we can. And that requires some data that is more difficult to collect, and that is primarily focused on farm delivery data. So you have a water right, and that's great, but how much water are you actually using? And then we can come up with some consumptive use numbers that help us understand how much water is being used by the crop, lost to the into the environment or otherwise. And so we're really going to be seeking opportunities to have people engage with us on the study and to help us gain a better understanding of how this water is moving through the basin. And then I'll kick it over to Brooke.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. As Chris said, being away and not really being present at meetings and activities and events has sort of changed how we do this work. And we've really been speaking to one audience. And so our advisory committee was really craving some more general and more broad outreach on the plan and what it can do for the community. So we've developed a 2023 outreach strategy, and we'll be more present in the community to show our commitment to the work here, and in hopes that we can get more people on board so that they can then also advocate for this plan and see themselves in the plan and how it will benefit them and their community into the future.
Okay, so this is this slide got a little more convoluted here recently. When we came up with this agenda item to bring before you this afternoon, it was before Senator Hansel had made contact with the tribe around running companion legislation in Oregon. So our original intent was to come before you today to provide this update on the work we're doing in the Walla Walla, and then subsequently come back to you at a future commission meeting to seek your direction to continue to engage in the basin in the way that we are, because we understand that we're dedicating a significant amount of our time and resources, and we acknowledge we're going to need to continue to do that over the next number of years to make this plan and the work we're doing successful. So all that got a little spun on its head in a good way. So we do have a bill, as Anton mentioned, Senate Bill 956 that was introduced by Senator Hansel. Representative Levy is also a sponsor. And that bill, very generally directs the Water Resources Commission to work with our partners here to implement the plan. It's very early in the legislative process this year, so we're not sure what the fate of that bill will be. So if that bill is signed into law, then we have the direction from the legislature that we need to feel like we're being, providing a similar level of commitment and engagement that the Washington piece of legislation is providing. If for some reason that bill is not successful and is not signed into law, we would then come back to you at a future commission meeting to seek that direction from the commission to continue to work in this manner, or to have the commission direct us to work to change directions as it is. And so I just wanted to flag that our next steps are slightly different than how we originally envisioned coming to you today. But that's the kind of landscape laid before us over the next few months. And Doug, I don't know if you want to add anything to that I may not have captured quite as comprehensively as you would like, but that's kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I think you've captured it. We had a strategy moving forward, and we were pleasantly surprised that Senator Hansel has stepped in and provided some legislation that will be evaluated just down the street here. And so we'll be keeping an eye on that. And should that go through, that's great. If it doesn't, we'll be back with the commission. But really what this is about is we want to make sure that there's clear demonstration on the Oregon side of this effort that we are committed, and we want to be partners with the state of Washington and the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation in seeing through this bi-state management. This tri-sovereign work is very important here, and I think we have a couple of different ways that we can approach this. And I'm not sorry that we actually are confronted with this new issue here of some legislation that we'll be paying attention to. So, and also I just want to, thank, I know we're not quite done yet, but while I have the floor, I just want to express my appreciation to directors Tebb and Beeler and Anton Kiono for being here, making time for this presentation today, because commissioners, they were all going to be present today. We were all going to be in the same room together, talking through this. And had this storm front not passed through, that would have happened. I'm sorry that you had airline tickets in hand when we waved you off, but I'm kind of glad we did, because had you flown into Portland, you may still be there right now, because it was pretty nasty. So thank you again. Very much appreciate your willingness to take the time to come down and speak with us.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Well, that is what we've prepared for you this afternoon. We are, of course, happy to answer any questions or feedback you have for us. Yeah, I'm going to stop sharing.
That's great. Thank you. Wow, that was just a fabulous presentation. You guys did it beautifully, and describing some great and exciting work. And I want to add my thanks to Doug, to you, all of you, for coming and spending your time with us today. I'm sorry we weren't able to meet you in person, but really happy that you were able to join us this way, at least. So let me just see, other commissioners with questions, comments? Commissioner Quips, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Yeah, the group presented a couple of alternatives there at the end. I do think it will be important to give some kind of formal recognition to this planning effort in the future when we talk about what's the category, complex water issues in Oregon, complex basins, which seems like every basin, but the Walla Walla in particular, with the bi-state basin, the multiple adjudications, the alluvial aquifer, the deep basalt, the surface water issues, and trying to manage and protect all of those. it's a tremendous effort, and there are multiple stakeholders working to improve in-stream flows, restore fisheries. Some of you may be aware that the Umatilla tribe has already sponsored a number of screens and ladders in the basin, probably $15 to $20 million worth over the years to keep people operating while we seek to improve flows, and recently completed a spring Chinook hatchery on the South Fork Walla Walla. So, we're hoping to see fish returning in 2020, about 3 years from now, I think. Also, all the other consumptive uses that Tom mentioned. And Anton kind of deadpanned about the price tag, and we've talked about the 3 sovereigns. We are going to need a larger federal role in the basin, so we'll need to be able to demonstrate support. I suspect it may be primarily the Bureau of Reclamation. Maybe it will be also partially the Army Corps of Engineers in some role, but looking at Tom's experience in the Yakima Integrated Plan, where the Bureau of Reclamation has a large role, maybe they'll do something similar in the Walla Walla Basin. But all of that complexity and all those stakeholder goals will require that show of support to make this successful. So I hope we do show some kind of formal support for the plan in the future. And I want to thank the group for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mall.
I have 1,000 comments and questions, as you can imagine. And I sort of, what's the term? Earlier in the day, expressed my excitement having read the plan. And so I guess I'd like to go at this in kind of perhaps a slightly unprecedented way. I'd actually like to move that the commission formally recognize this plan in the same way that we are asked to consider and formally recognize the place-based plans in the pilot program. Because doing so doesn't immediately commit the state to anything in terms of financial commitment, but it does say, hey, this is a high priority area. So for example, from the grants program, it should be acknowledged that projects that come out of here need to be paid attention to. And in doing so, I think perhaps it would encourage Senator Hansel and others to move forward with the legislation that oftentimes in Oregon, legislation like that gets passed, but there's no money associated with it. And perhaps us preemptively acknowledging it formally would make that legislation move forward more easily and may even get a few dollars associated with it. But I think doing so would help us collectively look at our own place-based planning, because I think what you all have produced is an extremely good model, both in terms of just its presentation, but most importantly, I think the desired future conditions that state and show a pathway towards implementation. So if we can consider that motion and then have a discussion around it, I make that motion.
Well, I'll second the motion for the purpose of having a discussion around it. I'm curious, Doug, whether you have any thoughts about the benefit or not of us doing that at this juncture. I just don't know I don't know the landscape on that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Reeves. Part of our calculus here when we first set this up was to bring this conversation to you so that there was a collective understanding across the commission on the degree of effort and commitment on both sides of the state working forward on this, and thinking through what could we do that would be complementary across the state line to demonstrate that commitment. We have not worked through all of the ramification of the commission recognizing this as an integrated water resources plan. We have some of that going on with our existing place-based planning groups. And when I say we have not worked through all the ramification, I can't tell you what kind of, I don't want to say pushback, but just questions people will have around using the very same process that we use for place-based planning in Oregon that we would use to a plan that was generated across a state line here. On one side, this work that's being done across the state line here in Walla Walla Basin really is an elevated effort because of that state line and the work between the states that ultimately, as Chris was mentioning, could result in a compact. Senator Hansel and I had a conversation about this very issue. He is interested in promoting this legislation and having this commitment on the Oregon side, getting Oregon's house in order, making sure that we are coordinating with Washington such that once we have everything in order, then we can start having those conversations around a compact. Now, I know that goes beyond your question about the best way to recognize this plan, but I just want you to know that there are some pretty big conversations that are being considered here around this work between Oregon and Washington. I don't want to throw a wet blanket on your idea here, Commissioner Moll. I want to keep this conversation going amongst all of the commissioners, but we might want to just consider to have some further conversation about this rather than doing this just today, if that was your intent.
We should know by our next meeting whether Senate Bill 956 is going to fly. So I don't know. I think I'm kind of inclined not to take any formal action while that's pending, but that's just me.
But you seconded the motion.
I know I did. I should have just because now I'm like, okay, what do we do with this motion if nobody wants to move it forward? I don't want to take a vote on it necessarily. Maybe the person who made the motion would withdraw it if we decided to.
Not yet. Not yet. I want to hear more.
Okay, yeah, let's talk.
I just wanted to interrupt, sorry, and say that based on how we're talking about recognizing this, you can see how important this work is. You know, we value what you just presented to us, and we value all the work that has gone into this, and I think that is just reflected in Commissioner Moll's request for a motion to recognize this officially. And I just want to thank you for all of the work that you put into this, Chris, Anton, Brooke, Tom. I mean, it really is exceptional. The effort that's been put into this over all the years and where we've made it to at this point, the collaborative effort across state lines and the work that's gone into this could really be used as a model for other areas, maybe particularly in the southern region of Oregon and the northern region of California. So just want to say we really do value the work that's been done here, and thank you for the presentation. It was wonderful.
Commissioner Lee, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I agree. That's very valuable work. I think that if our director were to be able to speak to Senator Hansel and assure him of our interest, less formally, that would be great. And we could table the motion to our June meeting and make it official as an alternative.
The director can do that. if I'm going to speak in third person. Yes, I would be happy to have that conversation, and we will be having those ongoing conversations with Senator Hansel and others. Senator Hansel is interested in holding the hearing on this bill up in the basin itself. And he tells me that he has commitments from other legislators here wandering the halls today in wanting to participate in that as well. Something that comes to mind for me is that if you are interested in taking an action today, it would not necessarily have to be that formal action of we recognize the 2050 plan as an integrated water resources plan for the purposes of fill in the blank here. But the commission could take an action today expressing their interest and their commitment in continuing this work, for the department to continue their work, with the understanding that there may be future actions taken depending upon how this legislation plays out. And that's really shooting from the hip and poorly articulated. I apologize, but if the commission is interested in exploring that discussion, we could see whether there is another means of expressing that commitment today, Commissioner Mall.
I have some, I like this side where you're headed, Doug, because I do have some niggling hesitation about using the phraseology of recognition, because we've been doing that in our place-based planning plans, and there's a lot of criteria that we address, and we get it all laid out in order, and it's not clear to any of us at this point exactly what it means to have a recognized plan. I mean, there's just enough uncertainty about it that I don't know whether that's the right mechanism for this plan. Your suggestion of, a resolution of support, I don't know what to call it, but if we want to take formal action, that would be one way to do it.
Chair Reeves, if I may, just for the benefit of Directors Tebb and Beeler here, part of the reason we're dancing around this is that we have just been through a rather significant work group around water planning, regional planning in Oregon. And one of the issues that has come up that people are still trying to wrestle around with is, what does it mean to have a state recognized plan? And so I don't want to take all of this good work that has been put together and confuse things further here. And so that's part of our hesitation in the conversation that we're having before you today.
No, we're committed. We're committed to this effort, and we appreciate everything Oregon's done to date.
Well, and I think you're hearing our full-on support as well for the work that you've been doing. It's just a matter of the best way to memorialize that, I think. Do other commissioners have any thoughts on whether you'd be interested in formalizing the support at this meeting or not? That is not formalizing? Well, I would suggest if we are going to do something formal, that maybe we should do it tomorrow and figure out exactly what it's going to be overnight. We do have another day tomorrow, so we could do it then.
Yeah.
We do have another day.
Chair Reeves, if I may.
Yes, please.
All that cold water's kind of chilled me, so I put my down coffee on. I withdraw the motion with that in mind, that I would like to revisit this tomorrow. Clearly my excitement, my encouragement that we make a bold statement outside the bounds of what we've done so far. As a reflection of the opportunity I see, and some of it is pretty timely. The Senate, the US Senate, just last week released its open door again for congressionally directed spending. It's an extremely narrow window. See Tom shaking his head. By next Friday, earmarks, essentially, congressionally directed spending requests need to be in, well, at least in our two senators' office. I'm not sure what it is in Washington. But I think back to the infrastructure bills of 2018, 2019 that included some pretty big packages for states like the upper Midwest around the Great Lakes, for the Chesapeake Bay, where billions of dollars were going in that direction. And Oregon and Washington had, I think, maybe $90 million coming for the entire Columbia Basin. And it was a reflection of how much better those states have for a long time worked cross-boundary, including the branding, as Tom pointed out. So I think that this is something we really need to support, and the sooner we can make formal expressions of support, however we do so, the better. I think it just adds to that ability to attract those matching federal dollars and just energy around it. So that's behind my excitement. So I do look forward to hopefully having a chance to talk more about this again tomorrow. Bravo to all of you, both in Washington and here, for the work you've done there. It's really exciting.
If I may, I would just underscore what Commissioner Mull says about the collaborative processes is really what legislative committees and congressional delegations and committees are looking for. And when you combine that with two states saying, hey, we'd like to work together in this basin, and we can get maybe some congressional language that directs the Bureau with power and a lot of money. I the Yakima, and our appropriations started around 12 to 13 million every fiscal year from the federal government. We're now up to $60 million every fiscal year for the Yakima. So, it really, I think they're hungry for places where people are collaborating and developing strategies to move forward that are place-based, that are built from the community up. And just wanted to encourage this conversation because we are doing that in other basins in the state, and we have been fairly successful. And I know this basin, because of its connection to the Columbia Basin and to the Columbia River, also could be very successful as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Quips.
Thank you. I like the idea of thinking about this overnight and maybe tomorrow, if the director or maybe working with staff like Raquel might come up with the appropriate kind of motion language that would characterize our support and maybe direct a request that the department bring this back, for the more formal future level of support that we need to give it. But I think we can do this tomorrow, and that gives us the time to think about the appropriate way to frame both the motion and the support.
Yeah, I like that idea too. Thank you, Eric.
If we were all having dinner together, this would be the opportunity for true back of the envelope creation of real change.
Write it on the napkin.
Why don't everyone go get some food and we can all come back and we'll continue. We'll have dinner together via Zoom.
Right. Jan, do you have a comment or question?
No, I was just going to say that I think we can come up with language that doesn't confuse it with our integrated water resources strategy and keeps it separate.
Mm-hmm. Well, Doug, how does that sound to you?
That sounds like a plan. I'm sorry, we will not be breaking the bread together this evening.
Yeah, me too. Yep. Well, let me just say again how much we appreciate all of you, all four of you presenters, and the work that you've been doing. That was really your presentation was excellent too. That executive summary, man, that is really a work of art. So both the content and the formatting, it's just great. And all the work you're doing, we appreciate it. And we are planning to join you. So thank you very much.
We look forward to having you in the basin anytime and kind of showing you around the opportunities and the potential of the two states working together with the tribe to leverage, some real good improvements and some water supply security that I think the basin is going to need in the future. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And we look forward to working with you folks in the future.
That's great. Thank you. I see a commission meeting in the Walla Walla Basin in our future, perhaps.
There we go.
Okay, let's see. Are we doing hang on a minute before no, we're not. Okay. I think we can adjourn for the day and, or recess, I guess, for the day and start up again tomorrow morning. Thanks
Okay.
all.
Thank
Have
you.
a good evening.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Bye-bye. Bye.